morning. I'd like to welcome this not so crowded room and those of you that are following on the webcast to our Thursday, April 27th Delta Stewardship Council meeting and call this meeting to order. This is day one of a two-day meeting. We will begin with a roll call.
Bird here. Cotto here.
Tatian here.
Fiorini here.
Thompson here.
We have a quorum. The next item is to recess to closed executive session. Let's see, it's 9 o'clock. I anticipate that we will be back as early as 9:45. So for those of you that are following along, check back in around 9:45 and we'll resume an open session at that time. Thank you. All right, good morning. We are reconvening an open session. No action was taken, nothing to report out of closed session. Let the record show that Councilmember Damrell has joined us since roll call was taken earlier. On to file item number 5, adoption of March 23rd, 2017 meeting.
Move that we adopt.
Tatian moves and Gatto seconds. Any discussion? Begin with the vote.
Damrell, aye. Weinberg, aye. Cotto, aye.
Tatian, aye.
Fiorini, aye.
Thompson, aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. On to the chair's report. It's going to be a change in our typical order to accommodate our guests, our science and policy fellows who have a hard deadline of 11:30. We're going to move the lead scientist report up following my report. The policy and science fellows are here. Jessica and I and Susan all had an opportunity to address the group yesterday, and I'm always intimidated by the amount of knowledge and skills and talents that are a part of a group like this. And it's so great for the Delta Stewardship Council to be able to provide leadership development. It's a very important priority here at the Stewardship Council, and so you'll be hearing from these folks in a few minutes. At the last meeting, I mentioned to you that the council, the flood board, and DWR had been working on an MOU to describe in more detail how to implement a levy investment strategy. That is still underway, but I'm fairly certain now that we will have something to bring to you at the May meeting. And at the same time, I think the flood board anticipates bringing that to their board meeting as well. So stay tuned, perhaps in May. A few weeks ago, Jessica Law and I had an opportunity to spend a day in the Cache Slough complex. Skip, I think that's your territory. And we had a wonderful tour and had an opportunity to meet with local leaders and to get a better understanding of the kinds of habitat restoration projects that are under consideration. My compliments to the state agencies who are working very closely with the locals and the local agencies and moving some significant restoration plans forward in that part of the Delta. Ryan Stanbra is going to mention it during his report, but I wanted to call attention to a letter that I sent to Senator Dianne Feinstein in support of seeking National Heritage Area designation for the Delta. It's one of the recommendations in the Delta Plan. We've been working on this for a long time, and Ryan will describe the legislation that the letter is targeted to support. For those of you that are following on the web or here and have a high level of interest in our conveyance, storage, and operations agenda item, that is scheduled for 9 o'clock tomorrow. So there is a time certain when that will begin. And Jessica will provide more information, but the limitations, there's a capacity limitation in this room of about 100. So we have made arrangements for additional space where the video and audio will be available to those in essentially an overflow area. And I expect that that discussion on that item tomorrow will be lengthy. The last item I have for you is on Monday, April 17th. We held the 7th Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee meeting. It was held at the Sheraton. Council members Johnston, Demrell, and Vice Chair Tatayan were in the audience. And I would call on Jessica Law at this time to just give us a brief overview of the of that meeting and the outcomes.
Thank you, Chair Fiorini. Good morning, council members. So the Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee was held on Monday the 17th. At that meeting, state and federal agency leaders came to discuss 2017 priorities for their own agencies, progress on ecosystem restoration, and some collaborative science updates. The committee meets every 6 months to discuss implementation of the Delta Plan, administrative priorities, and how to implement best available science and support best management practices to support our goals here at the Delta Stewardship Council, the co-equal goals. It really plays a unique role in what we do here and really helps increase the level of coordination between state, federal, and local agencies. And in particular, in the past few meetings, we've really focused on science and the role that science plays to help support best management practices. So there were a few key outcomes from the meeting that I wanted to talk about. In the beginning of the meeting, we did a roundtable discussion where each of the agencies presented their priorities for the upcoming year, and we really asked them to help draw a little bit of a narrative about how some of these connect. So, for example, there's a lot of agencies that are involved in the Delta Smelt Resiliency Strategy, so we talked about that a little bit. And then also we provided an opportunity for the committee members to ask other agencies for help and assistance. So the Stewardship Council asked the committee members to provide us with a single point of contact to ensure that our administrative performance measures and Delta View are really sort of moving forward. So that was one example. The EPA encouraged that we continue to be involved with the CCMP, or the Estuary Blueprint, which is run by the San Francisco Estuary Partnership. Felicia Marcus from the State Water Resources Control Board requested that we spend some more time together discussing lessons learned from the drought.
CCMP.
CCMP.
Describe that.
The CCMP is the management plan that helps support the Clean Water Act, the Bay Area Clean Water Agencies. It's their long-range management plan. It is mostly focused on the Bay, but it actually covers the Delta too. So there is some overlap with actions that they're trying to implement that involve us. So they have a similar structure in that they have an implementation committee and they have an executive committee. Their executive steering committee has a lot of the same DPIC members, and I'm involved in the implementation committee, and Reiner Honicke is the alternate for that committee. So just don't ask me what CCMP stands for. I can
come prepared next time.
Yeah.
California Coastal Management Plan.
Yes.
Thank you.
Supervisor Thompson talked about the Delta as a Place work group and how we'll continue to track the activities of that group and come and talk about their accomplishments at the DPIC meetings. And CDFA identified that they would like to continue to work with us on some overlapping programs that they have in the Delta. For the past few meetings, David Okita and Christopher Chernell from the California Natural Resources Agency have come and given progress updates on the Eco-Restore projects. And at the last meeting in November, they specifically asked to have the committee members involved in a review of the permitting schedule for each of the Eco-Restore projects. So we sent out a survey after that meeting, and at this meeting on 2 Mondays ago, we provided just the set of recommendations and an overview of what was resulting from that survey. And the highlights are that the permitting agencies that would be involved in moving these projects forward generally said that yes, they can meet the project timelines, that they're feasible. There is a need for additional staff resources in some cases, and resources committed to working on some more general or regional permitting strategies that would help the projects overall, not just the current projects, but future projects also. And Supervisor Thompson encouraged us to continue to work with local agencies on the permitting process, and so we're working with Eric Ving to follow up with the individual county planning departments to follow up on that. So, and then last but not least, we did an update on collaborative science activities. Cliff presented the draft science action agenda. And I talked a little bit about the proceedings report from the Science Enterprise Workshop. So it's up online on Maven's Notebook. And this is the abridged transcript of the Science Enterprise Workshop. It's about 180 pages, but it gives you a really good background on really just the depth of discussion that happened at the workshop. We're still working on a recommendations report, just because a lot of the concepts that came out of this workshop have been really percolating among the community, and we want to take a little more time to put that recommendations report together. One of the things that we talked about at the November DPIC meeting was the need to do more integrated ecosystem modeling here in the Delta. It was a key theme that came out of the Science Enterprise Workshop. So we did a sort of short overview presentation on what the status of integrated ecosystem modeling is here in the Delta. And a lot of that information came from the result from a 2015 NSF workshop that was supported by the Delta Stewardship Council and National Science Foundation and a host of other agencies and organizations. And so we released that report for the DPIC meeting and then talked about it at the meeting. So, and then as a part of that, the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, Dave Mooney, came and gave a presentation and was asking for committee member support for a structured decision-making pilot project. So if you would like to know the technical details, I'm happy to tell you more about that. But we have all of the materials for the DPIC meeting. They're up and available online. We'll have a meeting summary that will be out in about a week or so that I'm happy to send around. And the next DPIC meeting is November 13th. So if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Good report. Any questions of Jessica? No? Jessica, my compliments to you and your staff. Very well organized meeting, and I thought the outcomes were very significant. So thank you for your effort.
Okay.
All right. Unless anyone has any questions of me, that completes file item number 6. No questions. Then, as I mentioned earlier, out of our normal order, we will now go to Dr. Cliff Dahm for the lead scientist report.
Thank you, Randy, and thank you for your willingness to be flexible on the schedule, and thanks especially to Jessica, who has switched places with me so that I could do the lead scientist report, and also to introduce you to some of the science fellows that have been here in town starting on Tuesday evening and then all day yesterday, involved in an early career leadership workshop. This was initiated by my predecessor, Dr. Peter Goodwin, who felt that the science fellows and the policy fellows that the council supports would be well served by having a 2-day get-together where they really talked about some of the key issues about being a professional and developing your career and how to interview and what are your different academic and non-academic pathways that you might be able to pursue. And so I was asked earlier during my tenure whether we should reinitiate that, and I said, yes, let's get back and start doing it again. And so we brought in the fellows from the 2016 and from the 2017 competition. One of the things that's in your briefing book is that we were announcing the 8 fellows that were supported, science fellows that were supported through the 2017 competition. These are fellows who are just now getting started on a 2-year research project. And then we also brought in the 2016 fellows, of which there was a class of 12, funded both by the council. And by the way, there are funding both by the council, and also some of the fellows are funded by other agencies who are also cooperating and interested in supporting fellows. So we have 14 of those fellows here, and one of the things that they would like to do, and they practiced yesterday, is to provide short synopsis of their research, and they are going to give you 90 seconds or so worth of summary, and I would like to invite them to come on up, and I think they have established an order, and they will introduce themselves and tell you a little bit about what they are doing research upon. And I just wanted to let you know that thematically, this last competition that we ran, there were 4 areas that we emphasized that we asked the fellows and their mentors to write proposals about. One of them was assessing the effects of extreme events on the Delta. Another one is effectiveness and implications of habitat restoration actions. We've already heard a little bit about that on your field trip that you went on. We also asked them to consider life histories, habitat requirements, and food webs of Delta estuarine migratory species in a changing landscape. And then the 4th area was science supporting the enhancement and protection of the cultural, recreational, natural resource, and agricultural values of the Delta. So those are the 4 theme areas, and we have representatives, I believe, of all 4 of those, and they are ready to give you quick summaries of what they are either working on or about to initiate work on.
And Cliff, there's a handout at each of your stations that lists the fellows and the projects.
That's right, yeah. So you have that as an attachment.
So, hello everyone. My name is Jessica Chen. I'm a PhD candidate at UC Davis. My project is about hydrologic modeling of pesticide loading from the Central Valley into the Delta. This is important because the water quality conditions in the Delta will impact the efficacy of biological control agents, which are planned to be released for the control of invasive aquatic weeds, such as water hyacinth. My colleague will talk more about that. So in this project, I applied a watershed-scale hydrologic model to simulate the impact of pesticide applications in the Central Valley on pesticide export to the Delta. For the initial simulation, I selected diron, an herbicide, as a target because of its toxicity and extensive usage in the Central Valley. The preliminary results show that more than 70% of the diron loads are exported from December to February, when the current biocontrol agents are in the state of dormancy. So this timing limits the direct exposure of biocontrol agents to peak diron, agricultural diron loading. Based on the modeling framework that was developed, I'm excited to work on more kinds of pesticides to complete the picture of pesticide transport into the Delta and provide useful information for biological weed control planning. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Denise Colombano. I'm a PhD candidate in Peter Moyle's lab at UC Davis, and I study juvenile fish nurseries in Sassoon Marsh. And Sassoon Marsh is an interesting place because it is a novel ecosystem containing an unprecedented combination of species interacting in a highly modified environment. While it is primarily managed for waterfowl, native species are known to persist alongside non-native species in relatively high numbers compared to the Delta. So my research shows that throughout the Sassoon Marsh fish study, which began in 1980, 2 areas stand out as important juvenile fish nurseries. One is a historic tidal marsh with a complex channel network and extensive mudflat. The other, however, is a former shipping channel that is diked and connected to waterfowl ponds. So these 2 areas, which have very different management histories, share 3 attributes that may explain their ability to function as fish nurseries. The first one is that they're shallow, dead-end channels with high residence time of water. The second is that they're tidally connected to marsh plains and ponds with lots of vegetation. And the third is that they're seasonally connected to uplands with freshwater creeks. So I hope that these findings provide a useful guide for restoration managers who have, especially in Sassoon Marsh, who have two options: to create tidal marsh that represent historic conditions, or to take a reconciliation approach and work with the landscape given the constraints of highly modified environment. So thank you for the opportunity to speak as a Delta Science Fellow.
Good morning. I'm Brittany Davis. I'm a PhD student at the University of California, Davis, and I study the effects of drought and climate variability on delta fish species. And so with drought, and inevitably we'll have another drought, the delta becomes increasingly warm and salty. And so in collaboration with the Department of Water Resources and other collaborators at Department of Fish and Wildlife, my project is really focusing on understanding the effects of multiple drought stressors, so that's temperature and salinity together, and how that impacts delta species. So specifically, I'm looking at the ability to cope with these multiple stressors in delta smelt, so the endangered and native species, and comparing them to responses of invasive species, such as the largemouth bass, an important predator, as well as the Mississippi silverside. And so while phase one of my project is complete, assessing that sort of sensitivity in these fishes to these drought stressors, my second phase of my study to start this summer is going to look at major heat wave events and how that might alter delta smelt behavior, such as competition for resources and inability to avoid predation. And so my project really sort of uses the pelagic organism decline conceptual model, taking sort of this bottom-up competition for resources, top-down predation effects, and interacting sort of these physical environmental factors of drought, temperature, and salinity. And so the Interagency Ecological Program, the IEP, can use this, or my project's results, to really form strategies for conservation. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Jen Harfman. I am a PhD candidate at UC Davis. I study the availability of food for zooplankton, organisms that form the base of the aquatic food web and support fish for fish populations throughout the delta. Basically, my question is, what's on the dinner menu for these organisms? Traditionally, there's been a lot of research on the so-called vegetables, nutritionally rich phytoplankton. But what else is at the buffet table, and how is this contributing to zooplankton diet? So I work at the interface of aqueous chemistry and biology with the goal of understanding the bioavailability of different types of food for zooplankton, particularly non-algal sources such as plant leaves. By combining fieldwork and laboratory feeding experiments, I'm able to analyze key compounds that track diet changes and growth in these zooplankton. With current restoration efforts in the delta, habitats are changing, and with that change, we inevitably will see shifts in the types of food that are available for these organisms. To use my earlier analogy, my work can be integrated into these restoration efforts to provide a zooplankton dinner menu that's both appetizing and resilient to changes in hydrologic conditions, and ultimately will support our native fish populations. Thank you.
Hi, good morning to all of you. And on behalf of all of us, thank you again for funding these amazing fellowships. It's really a great opportunity for all of us. So how many of you know what water hyacinth is or have heard of water hyacinth? Okay, great. So I'm a postdoctoral fellow at UC Davis, working with researchers from USDA, IEP, DWR, and NASA. And basically, as you know, water hyacinth is costing California and marina owners millions of dollars every year in control costs. Why are we trying to control it? Well, it's an invasive aquatic floating weed, and it's clogging up a lot of the irrigation canals and pumping systems, as well as making it hard for boats to navigate through the delta. So, as you know, we are using herbicides, mechanical removal, and also biological control, which is using insects that feed on this plant. So getting rid of it through natural means rather than through herbicides and mechanical control, which are not only costly, but you have to do them all the time. So it's not really a long-term means of control. So biocontrol can be long-term and overall low cost if it works. The issue is that in the 1980s, we used insects and we released them into the delta, and we're not seeing the reduction in cover and biomass that we expected to see. So my job is basically to explore why we're not seeing the effectiveness of these insects on this invasive aquatic floating weed. So I'm looking at different factors such as abiotic factors like temperature, colder temperatures. These insects, like the water hyacinth, are from South America where it's a lot warmer. So I'm exploring the potential effects of cool temperatures during the winter, as well as looking at pathogens to see if there's any harmful pathogens affecting these insects, and also looking at population genetics, which basically is just seeing if the variation in these insects, the DNA, which is the blueprint of life, if it's too low, or if it's in some areas, if we're not having the right genetic variation that we're hoping for, and exploring whether introducing cold biotypes would enhance the biological control of this weed and save California money. So, thank you.
That was a great talk, huh? My name is Ivy Wong, and I'm a graduate student at Stanford University. And so what exactly do I do? And if you ask my parents, they'll tell you that I study dirt. And they're not that far off, actually. My research is focused on understanding sediment transport, and basically that's how mud or sand moves in the environment. And in the delta, we care about sediment transport because, as you can imagine, a lot of the times these sediment particles carry contaminants. And so where these sediments end up, that's where your contaminants will end up as well. And at the same time, if you have a lot of sediment in resuspension, it's going to limit the amount of light that can come in. And so if you have fish or phytoplankton that needs light to grow, then you're in a bit of a trouble. Addressing some of the gaps in our sediment knowledge, my research has two aims. One is to really advance the basic sediment science, so focusing on the particle dynamics, how they come together and break apart. And the second is actually utilizing information that we already have in the monitoring observations and try to track peak sediment events before and during and after the drought. And we do a lot of this work by throwing a lot of fancy electronics in the water carefully. And we get these observations, and our preliminary results show that, at least at the particle scale, that it's really controlled by the intensity of your flow. The next part of my project that I'm really excited about is really diving into that monitoring results and try to track the peak turbidity and sediment events and do a comparative analysis of what happens before and after the drought and evaluate their implications on water quality. And I just want to take this last minute to echo my colleagues' thanks to you guys for funding this work, because without you guys, a lot of what I do could not have been accomplished. And so, thank you.
Hello, my name is Megan Kelso, and I'm a PhD student at UC Davis studying Bay Delta wetlands and the benefits that we get from them. So I have two main research questions. The first is, how does drought impact an aggressive, non-native invasive plant called pepperweed? Pepperweed has these big burly root systems, and it's a really capable invader. It can invade saltwater marshes, freshwater marshes, and then up into drier zones like agricultural fields. My second research question is, how does invasion by pepperweed impact carbon storage? And carbon storage is a really important benefit in these systems because these wetlands are really good at storing carbon. They store it 3 to 4 times as densely as most forest ecosystems. And my preliminary results from my research so far are pretty surprising. I found that drought dramatically knocks back invasive pepperweed. And this is surprising because in a lot of cases in science, disturbances such as drought actually help invasive plants, and this is the opposite. And my second finding from my carbon research so far seems to show that invasion by pepperweed may actually reduce carbon storage. And this would mean that controlling the invasive plant could allow us to store more carbon. I'm excited to continue this research in the second year of my fellowship so that I can track how fast pepperweed recovers from drought now that we've had a better water year. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sophie Taddeo. I'm a PhD candidate at the University of California, Berkeley, and I study past completed wetland restoration project in the Delta in order to gain insight that could help improve the planning and design of future projects. Wetland monitoring, particularly the monitoring of restored project, is really important to first off assess restoration progress and promote the adaptive management of these systems. However, wetland monitoring can be really challenging because these sites can be very dense, heterogeneous, and sometimes hardly accessible. So in my work, I seek to develop a methodological framework that uses free, easily accessible satellite images to allow project managers to monitor their wetlands at low cost and over a long period of time. I applied this methodology to 20 years of satellite imagery to compare how different wetlands in the Delta have responded to restoration actions. I specifically look at vegetation, how it has changed through time, and how the capacity of this vegetation to provide key ecosystem services, like the storage of carbon, buildup of soil to fight land subsidence, and provision of habitat, is changing in response to those restoration actions and to the regional factors that we see at these different sites. So, thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Allison Whipple and a PhD candidate at UC Davis. And I know you are all quite aware of how challenging it is to support functional ecosystems that provide many human services within the highly managed landscapes of our Delta today. And so this makes it really very important to understand and determine where and how restoration can be most effective. So to inform this, I study how flow patterns within floodplains change over space and time under different flood conditions. And I use hydrodynamic modeling to quantify the various physical conditions in space and time. And so like looking at depth or duration of inundation, and I translate that into habitat availability. So I'm focused specifically on recent restoration on the lower Cosumnes River performed by the Nature Conservancy, and so I'm comparing pre and post restoration conditions. And so far, my work is showing just how variable responses to restoration can be, depending on where you are within the floodplain, what the flood characteristics are, and also which physical metrics you're actually concerned with. And so I'm currently working on understanding what this means for Sacramento splittail, which is a native fish that uses the floodplain for spawning and rearing. And so overall, this work is providing important tools that we can use to improve how we manage flows and landscapes together to support more resilient ecosystems into the future. And so in closing, I just want to thank you all for your support.
My name is Joe Fackrell. I'm a postdoctoral fellow at University of California, Santa Cruz. And I study the delivery of nutrients from wastewater and agricultural drain discharge sources to the Delta environment. The delivery of nutrients to the Delta is important. Nutrients can be thought of basically as fertilizer or plant food. They drive the growth of phytoplankton and aquatic vegetation at the base of the food web that supports all the other creatures in the Delta ecosystem. If you have too much nutrients or the wrong kind of nutrients, you can have issues like harmful algal blooms or growth of invasive aquatic macrophytes like water hyacinth. If you have too few, you basically don't have anything for those plants to eat and nothing for the fish to eat as a result of that. So I'm going to be doing field work to characterize the amount of nutrients in wastewater and agricultural drain discharge sources across space and time in the Delta. And I'm also going to be working on methods to trace those nutrients from these sources throughout the Delta environment. And I'm hoping that my research will be able to better inform management and policy decisions regarding wastewater and agricultural drain discharge in the Delta. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michelle Youngbluth, and I am a new postdoctoral researcher with Wim Kimmerer at San Francisco State University, and will be working in collaboration with folks at USGS and ICF. And I'm excited to be working on a project that will bridge my expertise in food web ecology and DNA-based methods with management of local fishes. And my project will be using advanced DNA sequencing methods to reveal the invisible contributors to the larval diets of two local fish species, the threatened longfin smelt and the introduced striped bass. And this work will build on existing knowledge and ongoing research that is largely based on traditional methods, which we know are likely missing a few components of the diet that are likely soft-bodied prey that digest much more rapidly and aren't seen using these traditional methods. So using DNA, it is very likely that we will be able to identify additional prey items that may reveal alternative or additional management strategies to better support our local fishes. So with that, I thank you for your attention and look forward to working with you in the future.
Hi, my name is Shannon Klotzko, and I just finished my PhD at Scripps Institution of Oceanography, and I'm moving on to a postdoc at San Diego State University. And for my project, I'm going to be mapping the geologic faults that run through the delta. So we don't actually know the exact location of these faults, so to determine that, I'm going to be doing a seismic reflection survey throughout the waterways of the delta. And a seismic reflection instrument uses sound to actually image the layers below the delta floor. And then I'm going to be determining the age of these layers using sediment cores. And these are big tubes that we drive down into the below the delta floor to extrude some of these sediment layers. And this will help us determine the most recent earthquake event on these faults. And then we'll be able to use this fault map and these earthquake estimates to help inform delta policy and to help decrease the risk of levee failure in the future. Thank you.
Hello. Excuse me if I'm a little bit nervous, but I used to be a documentary filmmaker, so I'm used to being behind the camera, not in front of it. My name is Pam Riddlemeyer. I'm a PhD student at UC Santa Cruz, and I'm studying the role of deltas plays in the people's perceptions of the risk of flooding from levee failure and the integration of social values into future flood management. As you know, there are a number of different stakeholder groups in the delta who enjoy the natural resources of the delta, and I'm interested in how these different groups think about the consequences of levee failures. There have been many attempts in the past to get these groups at the table together to make a collaborative decision, but as you know, a lot of these efforts have not been very successful. I hope to capture the nuances and the roots of the disagreements and to find some consensus on approaches moving forward to adapt the levee system for future flood events. I use an interview method that allows me to find the differences and similarities in subjective beliefs and values of different groups of people. And this method is used in complex natural resource management situations. So also with the fellowship funding, I'll work with communities to place points on maps where people think if and where there could be changes made to the existing levee system to save money without sacrificing the water supply or the ecosystem health. I hope to distinguish between what seem to be intractable policy controversies from what is possibly achievable. Thank you very much for your support.
Hello, my name is Malte Wilmes. I'm a postdoc at UC Davis in fish ecology. And over the next 2 years, I will collaborate with the Department of Water Resources, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and the US Geologic Survey to investigate the effects of, and to investigate how the endangered delta smelt is affected by variability in freshwater outflow and water temperature. Now, it would be great if we could simply ask the fish, but that doesn't work so well. So a way we can look at that is by looking at their otoliths. Otoliths are these tiny bones in the inner ear of fish, and they grow continuously throughout their life. Their chemistry provides us with a detailed record of the water conditions that the fish has spent its life in, so water temperature and salinity. As a first step, we will validate our geochemical methods using delta smelt otoliths from Brittany Davis experiments, who's another Delta Science Fellow. And for these fish, we already have very good records of the water temperature and salinity. As a next step, we will then apply this method across multiple different water years, both spanning the time from both before and during the recent drought period. This will allow us to better understand how delta smelt abundance is related to changes in freshwater outflow and water temperature. And in turn, this will give us some insights into what kind of habitats delta smelt can utilize in different kinds of water years. And finally, this will inform and help with the management of California's freshwater resources for both fish and people. Thank you.
So I think that the fellows would be happy to take any questions if any of you have a question of them. And the goal here was to have them succinctly communicate to you what they're doing, and I think they did a pretty darn good job.
Very impressive. Any comments or questions from the council? Ken?
Yeah, I mean, it's so impressive. There are a lot of smart people, but what it amazes me is just the breadth of the research that's going on. I mean, it's pretty incredible. I did have one question for one of the earlier speakers. I can't remember your name, but you were talking about, looking this year at extreme temperature events and seeing what the effect was on fish species. And is that because you want to see, we've got higher flows this year and a lot of the other background noise is out, and what are you expecting to see, and is there kind of a climate change relationship there that you're hoping to come out? Yes, it was you.
I'm Brittany Davis. So I was trying to leave that I'm a hardcore physiologist out of my talk, but really what I'm doing is I'm looking at tolerances of all these fish species, so I'm kind of pushing them to the maximum and seeing how they respond and can they respond. So fishes usually either adapt, move behaviorally, or they die. And so I'm sort of looking at those sort of things, responses under heat wave events. So I'm just kind of simulating past heat wave events, and sort of with climate change and increasing drought, we'll see an increase in frequency and duration of these sorts of events. So kind of taking the fish, putting them in the future, and seeing how they might respond to that.
So you're trying to isolate their reaction to extreme heat with other, not multiple stresses on them, but just trying to see what is that, the heat part. Is that?
Yeah, that's going to be coming up now.
Oh, okay.
And my first one was the multiple stressors of salinity and temperature. And we found limited responses to salinity, which makes sense because they're anadromous fish, right, in their life cycle. And so now we're just focusing on temperature is likely a main driver in distributions and decreases in abundance.
Okay. Hey, thank you.
Thanks, Brittany.
That was one of the few things that I felt confident enough to ask a question.
Cliff, I think not only is this a talented group of people, but you have academic and community mentors that are paired up. And you look at the list of those folks that are engaged in working with these fellows, it's an all-star list in terms of the people that we're familiar with and work with. So what a great combination. And I love the enthusiasm. It's our future is in good hands.
Yeah, when I was their age, I never really had that opportunity to engage with community matters, and I think that's a very interesting and unique aspect of this program, is it really gets them an opportunity to work with other scientists outside of academia who are addressing some of the more applied and management type questions. And like you say, they are from a wide variety of entities, and they are outstanding scientists. Still my report. All right. Well, we have taken care of one of the 7 items on the report, and we will end with by the numbers, so I will try to be fairly expeditious and go through the other 5 here. First of all, I wanted to briefly summarize that we had 2 brown bag seminars last month from candidates for the lead scientist position. The two candidates were John Calloway and Bill Cooper. And there's a brief summary there in your packet about what they spoke about. It was interesting that they both spoke about things that have to do with wetlands and sediment and interactions between sediment and sea level rise and transport and some of the things you heard that a couple of the fellows are actually working on. So John Calloway is particularly focused a lot of his research efforts in the Bay and has been working on a number of restoration projects there, including the salt pond restoration projects. And he talked to us a little bit about, I think the fundamental question that's out there, and that is whether sediment supplies and sediment deposition is going to be able to keep up with sea level rise, and whether a lot of these wetlands that are going to be restored are going to be able to basically grow higher at a rate fast enough to keep up with the projected sea level rise. And at least for the next few decades, it looks pretty promising that they should be able to maintain that kind of accrual of sediment faster than the rising of the sea levels. Bill Cooper also works on wetlands. He, however, takes a different tact. He's a photochemist. He basically looks at the interaction between light and the kind of materials that are in these kinds of environments. And he's very interested in these constructed wetlands, whether they will prove to be effective in degrading a number of these pesticides that you heard, again, another one of the fellows is going to be looking at. So one pathway that's an important pathway for removing some of these human-produced compounds is through photochemical degradation, and his seminar focused on the chemistry and the pathways and the likelihood of restoration projects to help with reducing the load of human-borne pollutants. So those were our two brown bags that I wanted to highlight. We have a poster out in the hallway. The poster is was part of the 2017 Interagency Ecological Program's annual meeting. This was held in early March. And it's a poster that caught the eye of a number of us in the science program. It's asking an interesting question about the lower San Joaquin and the South Delta, and that is there is a very, very high level of predation in that part of the system. Many years, only a few % of the salmonids moving through that system actually make it to Chips Island. And the question is why? Certainly predation is an important part of it, but the question that they actually were looking at, and some of the research showed, is that when you have the heat waves that you just heard about from Brittany, and you stress these fish due to temperature, that may be as an important a mechanism as making them vulnerable to predation, is that they basically physiologically have problems adapting to those warm temperatures. And so this poster looked at some of the mechanisms that are leading to predation. I think I've mentioned to the council, it's kind of, it's a lot like the forest dieback problem that we have here in California. The mechanism that kills the trees are bark beetles, but the stressors that get them into the condition that they are susceptible to death is the dryness, and is the drought, and is the lack of available water. So similar kind of thinking, only here in the San Joaquin and the South Delta. So that's the poster that's sitting out in the hall, and I encourage you to take a quick look at it. I also summarized one of the State of Bay Delta Science articles that came out in the December issue of the San Francisco Estuary and Watershed Sciences. It's a pretty dense article. I know that when we were trying to come up with a succinct summary, we went through a few iterations, but basically it is something that I know you're hearing a lot about. You heard it from Jessica Law just a little while ago. It was an important part of the DPIC meeting, and that is, where are we in terms of our ability to model the Delta, and how are the different kinds of models that are being used in the Delta being applied, and how are these models being linked together? So maybe a model that is excellent at showing you the hydrodynamics, how can we couple that to something that links to the movement and fate of some of the nutrients that one of the other fellows talked to you about. So this is a synopsis of the state of the art by 4 leading modelers working in the Delta, including Chris Enright, who recently retired, or maybe not recently, a year ago, retired from the Delta Stewardship Council staff. And so the discussion here are some of the different models, the state of those models. One thing that they talk about is the importance of the use of 3-dimensional models in the Delta. Modeling can be carried out in multiple dimensions. Some of the simpler models that were initially applied in the Delta were 1-dimensional models, basically looking at movement downstream. Second level of modeling looks at 2-dimensional modeling. And so, for example, if you want to know how much of the Yolo bypass is being wetted and how long that water stays on the Yolo bypass, a 2-dimensional model might be just fine, be perfect for doing that. But when you get into the Delta, where you have tides and you have gradients of salinity and you have differences in conditions in the surface water and in the deeper water, these 3-dimensional models become really important. And so there are a number of them. They range from freely available to some that are proprietary and actually developed and still licensed to the users. But the discussion in this paper was, what is our state of our capacity in modeling? And certainly one of the things where modeling is headed is the coupling, or some people call integration, of multiple models, and the types of questions that these integrated models could potentially ask. And that's what this paper is largely focused on. So that's, again, one of the 15 products from the State of Bay Delta Science and from the December issue. The paper that I selected that I thought was interesting and that I hope you will find to be of interest is a paper that came out in February in Water Resources Research, a well-known journal for basically hydrology and hydrologic sciences. I picked this paper when I saw it, thinking that, okay, this is something I'd like to share with the council, but this was written and published before Oroville. So this is not a byproduct of what happened at Oroville. This is actually a paper, and the title of the paper is The Future Role of Dams in the United States of America. And these are some leading researchers that work with dams and work with dam safety and work with reviewing the status and condition of dams. And basically this paper was written, peer-reviewed, accepted, and then published just basically shortly after Oroville happened. But the paper was definitely written well before the Oroville conditions. It's an interesting look-see at the national level. And there's a diagram in the paper that I found to be very interesting, and I know I shared this with Chair Fiorini, and he's had an opportunity to read it. But a couple things that I just wanted to highlight from this paper that I think might be of interest to the council. The first one is how many dams of, let's say, 25 feet or higher, or having a large enough storage area behind the dam that if there was a failure would put human life and property at severe risk. So that's one of the analyses that they've done in this paper. It's about 85,000 of those dams in the United States. And a number of states have well over 500 of these dams, California being an example of that, with around 1,500 of these types of dams. Interesting to know when most of these dams were built. It's really a very strongly bimodal curve. There weren't too many built more than 100 years ago. There have been almost none built in the last decade. The peak is basically 50 to 60 years ago. That's when the largest number of dams were constructed. So we're looking at infrastructure nationwide that is, the majority of it 50 years or older. And so there's questions about, what's the condition of that infrastructure, and what kind of inspection do we do on that infrastructure? And so this paper delves into some of those kinds of issues, and they do it at a national level. And they call for a systematic evaluation. And they also point out that in many cases, some of these dams may no longer be needed. They should be removed. There are places where new dams need to go in. Climate's changing. The idea of weather whiplash is starting to catch on around the country. We may need more storage in some cases. We may need more storage so we can do better jobs of recharging groundwater. One of the other things that I found interesting in this paper that might be interesting to you is that we store in the reservoirs of the United States about the amount of water as flows out of the United States on an annual basis. So the amount of water in storage is about equivalent to the amount that actually flows to the ocean in these 85,000 dams. And there is, behind the dams in the United States, basically about 4 acre-feet per individual in storage. That's kind of that, if you want to get an idea of how much is stored in those dams. Anyway, interesting paper, timely paper. Hopefully it'll generate some interest on a national level to really do the kind of things that we need to do to evaluate and make decisions on dams. And so I'll be happy to share the paper with you and the references in your report. Do you have a question, Ken?
Yeah, just thinking of that number, 85,000 dams that fit this criteria, in the east of the Mississippi part of the country, a lot of that, did they talk about how much was really not water supply but hydroelectric, and was that part of
yes, there's a very interesting figure that actually not only breaks out when they were built, but it also categorizing how many of them are for flood control, how many of them are for water supply, how many of them are for irrigation, how many of them are for hydroelectric, and actually they have a fifth category, which I would have never thought of, but how many of them were built to hold tailings and other kinds of contaminants back. So that's a fifth category. Yes, so that information is in this document.
That's like double trouble.
Yeah, double trouble.
Thank you.
Sure. Okay, and then I wanted also, it was actually asked by the council members last time when we met in Brentwood if I would provide a brief summary of a couple of peer review panels that were hosted related to California Water Fix. And I have since read the two reports that a number of the people in the audience mentioned in their oral commentary. And I also spoke to the individuals who were involved in running those reviews, and so I have a brief summary of some of the key findings, and also I can provide you the reports if you'd like. The reports are, one of them is about 70 pages and the other is about 40 pages. The peer review panel, an independent scientific peer review panel, was constituted to do these reviews, and there's actually been 3 of them. I'm going to focus on what are called 2A and 2B, so the more recent of the reviews. A panel was constituted composed of experts that do not have conflicts with various parties that are working in the Delta. Most of them are people quite familiar with the Delta but not actively engaged in research in the Delta. We had 6 individuals that we pulled together for the review. They included an estuarine ecologist, expert on hydrodynamics, an expert on adaptive management and the Endangered Species Act, an expert on smelt, an expert on salmon, and an expert on statistics. And so these were the independent peer review panel. Select staff from the Delta Science Program were facilitating the reviews. The request to do the reviews came from the National Marine Fisheries Service, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. The reviews were done in 2 phases. The first phase, the 2A phase, the request was to review the draft adaptive management framework for California Water Fix and review a 2081B application. I had to ask exactly what that was. My understanding is this is an incidental take permit. It's a permit that allows some loss or harm to species protected from the California Endangered Species Act, from CEQA. Or, I'm not CEQA, CISA, yes, I'm still learning the acronyms. They particularly ask for consideration for winter run Chinook salmon, spring run Chinook salmon, Delta smelt, and longfin smelt. Those were the 4 species that they wanted the panel to focus in on. So therefore the experts on salmon, the expert on on smelt. The key findings for the Phase 2A report, the review of the adaptive management framework, they felt that the new draft that they were looking at was a significant improvement. More quantitative, better clarification, more detail on how experimentation might be used in adaptive management. They did have some concerns. They basically were worried about how conflicts of interest on who recommends the scientific studies would be decided. They also were concerned about how best to reduce some of the larger uncertainties that still exist. And they were also concerned that it was not yet clear how the adaptive management framework would be turned into a funded program. So funding remains an issue. So those were some of their key findings. In addition, they felt that best available science up to the point in time that the document was prepared was being utilized. They do feel that there's some areas where additional information could be profitably determined. In particular, they were thought that the report should think about climate change beyond 2030, which is the period of time that was in the report. They also felt that changes to habitat characteristics that would occur if a North Delta diversion occurred needed to be addressed over the longer term. They just had a short-term type of analysis. The panel also was here. The third area that they highlighted was that the permitting process focuses on species level and life stage specific attributes of these fishes, but they encourage them to think more broadly, and they should really think about some of the competitor species and some of the predator species and how they would be affected, not just the endangered species. So they ask for consideration of more breadth in that review. So that's the Phase 2A review. The Phase 2B review selected sections from the National Marine Fisheries Service draft biological opinion for salmon, steelhead, and sturgeon. They were asked to review selected sections also of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service draft biological opinion on Delta smelt. And they also were asked to review a proposed approach for establishing better understanding of the interaction between longfin smelt and outflow criteria. It's a species of fish that seems to be fairly quite sensitive to outflow, and so that was the request. The key findings from this Phase 2B report, the National Marine Fisheries Service and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service were found to be very comprehensive in their evaluations of potential impacts on salmonids and smelt, and that they were very much up to date and current on the scientific information that they utilized. There's some significant data gaps and uncertainties related to some of the basic life history biology of some of these species. So they were complimentary on the fact that they're using a life history model to link to some of the potential effects and changes, but there are some critical gaps, such as identifying seasonally responsive triggers for the Delta smelt, what cues them to go and spawn and where do they spawn, things of that type, and also the issue that I already mentioned, and that is learning more about the longfin smelt interaction with flow dynamics within the system. So, and then the third area that they highlighted was that they commended the National Marine Fisheries Service scientists who came and presented to them on the new winter run Chinook salmon life cycle model. This has been a major, I think, improvement over what's been used before, and a lot of effort has gone into developing this, and they were very complimentary of that. The panel did caution that there are some important hydrodynamic downstream effects of a North Delta diversion, and in particular, they needed to consider different types of operations and how that would affect the hydrodynamics in the area below, if any diversion point was actually established in the North Delta. And so they had a number of specific things they should think about, and they highlighted the Delta cross-channel operations as one thing that needs to be considered. X2 and where X2 would be located, and how habitat would be affected by inundation patterns, both from riverine flow and also from tidal dynamics. So those are some of the key points that the staff who supervised this review have provided me, and I'd be happy to open it up to questions.
Jessica?
Yeah, it's unfortunate that Member Johnston stepped out, because I think he was the one who asked for you to weigh in on these reviews. And I just wanted to clarify that these are reviews of the science that supports draft permits for the water fix project. Is that
and draft
correct?
biological opinions, I believe.
Okay. So some of the comments that we heard in Brentwood were that the conclusions of these reports were that the science did not meet best available science, or that the approach was a failed approach. Is that a fair summary based on your reading, or how would you characterize it?
I've read the two reports, and I really feel that the reviewers actually were pretty complimentary towards the agencies in using best available science in developing these documents.
Thanks for reviewing that, sharing that with us. Any other questions of Dr. Dom on this matter? Ken?
Just to, maybe to get into the little bit understanding their comments on the downstream impacts, and you said some reoperation of the Delta Cross Channel, the location of X2, is that?
Changes in the location of the transition between unidirectional and bidirectional flow, the movement of the low salinity zone, and particularly its movement around an X2 location of 81 kilometers, which is considered to be an important place where certain types of habitat characteristics change, and habitat availability affected by the frequency and duration of tidal inundation of fish and spawning and rearing areas.
So what they're asking is for them that they should do additional work to, how, in the biological opinion, to sort of explain the impacts or how the project affects.
These are independent peer review panel recommendations on how to make the document better.
Okay. All right, thank you.
And I did want to highlight, and it came out just as we were preparing the briefing documents for you, but there's a new report that just came out about 2 weeks ago, called Rising Seas in California, an update on sea level rise science. I have had a chance now to read this document, and I will brief you on it and give you a summary of some of the key points that they make at next month's council meeting. So, but I did want to let you know that I think it is worth considering what's in this document compared to the values and sea level rise projections that are used in the Delta Plan. So I will promise to provide a more thorough review of that document next month. And then I think those are all of the things I wanted to cover, except for by the numbers. And if you're ready for by the numbers, I'll invite Catherine Courtier to come up and summarize some of the interesting and continuing wet conditions that we have in much of California.
Catherine, it looks like you ran out of orange and red ink. You only had green.
We have some more lovely green numbers for this month. And I have some interesting precipitation values to give you for this month. So just kind of wanted to start out by saying that Governor Jerry Brown's April 7th executive order did lift the drought state of emergency for 54 of California's 58 counties. So there are only 4 that are still under that ruling. So in terms of rain, on April 13th, which is actually Cliff Dom's birthday, we broke the Northern Sierra 8 index record. The record of highest cumulative rainfall was previously 88.5 cumulative inches, and this was set in the 1983 water year. And so far for this water year, we are at 89.7, so that is exciting. Also, just another interesting point is, as of April 12th, we've had 49 atmospheric river events. Just to give you some context as for this, that map didn't show up as well as I had hoped it would. But this is a map that is done by the Center for Western Weather and Water Extremes, and they map out the placement of all of the various atmospheric river events, as well as a characterization of the scale of their strength. And so they recently just came up with a scale, and so out of our 49 events that we had this year, 12 of them were considered weak, 21 were moderate, 13 were strong, and 3 were extreme. So that's kind of exciting. And just for some comparison, in the 2016 water year, or in the last water year, we only had 14 atmospheric river events. So it's a large increase from last year. 8 of those were moderate and 6 were strong. So just moving on to some of our rain values for this month. So we are currently, the current cumulative precipitation as of April 26th is 92.8 inches, so it's rising up there. And this is 207% average for the state. Compared to the second wettest year, now that we have a new wettest year, we only had 88.5. And at this time last year, we were at 58 or 51.8. And the Central Sierra, we're currently at 71 cumulative inches. And at this time last year, we were at 35.7. So moving on to our snowpack values. All of these values that are presented are above 100% and are also above the April 1st average for the state. April is generally considered the last month in which new snowpack is added, and it marks the end of the wet season, so the April 1st snowpack survey provides a good snapshot of storage going into spring and summer months. So again, we have some nice high numbers. In the Northern Sierra, we're at 42.4 inches for the snow water equivalent, and this is 13 more inches than last April 2016, the maximum for the water year. In the Central Sierra, we're currently at 50.3 cumulative inches, and this is a whopping 33.3 inches greater than this time last year. So our statewide average for this water year, as of yesterday's recorded value, is 45.8, which is 31.8 inches greater than last year's. So I included an interesting visual for you guys, which was done by NASA's Airborne Snow Observatory. And this is kind of a comparison of 2 of our water years. So we have 2015 on the left and 2017 on the right. And you can, the difference in snowpack is very, very obvious and pretty outstanding. The reason they chose the 2015 survey is because that was the year at which snowpack was most drastically affected, and it was actually the lowest it's been in 500 years. So it's pretty substantial. All of these images are from LiDAR, and they have really a great record of how it's kind of changed and how it's increasing for this year. So just to give you some kind of numbers for comparisons, the entire basin spans more than 1,600 square miles, which is an area larger than the state of Rhode Island. And the snowpack in the basin is currently 21 times greater than it was in 2015. And it's also larger than the 4 previous years of snowpack combined. So even though we are at high levels right now, we're still behind the level seen in the second wettest year of 82 and 83. And Department of Water Resources has estimated that the statewide percentage of April 1st average of snow water equivalent in 83 was 227% of normal, while this year is 163%. So moving on to our water supply, we have some great numbers for all of our reservoir storages, everything very much above the average, which is great to see. We have 110% at Shasta, 99% at Oroville, and 109% at San Luis. Our flow numbers are also looking good for this year. All of the values as well are well above average. So for Sacramento River, we're at 65,364 cubic feet per second, which is 261% of the average. In the San Joaquin, we have 23,561 cubic feet per second, which is 340% of their average. And the combined flow is 4,907 cubic feet per second, which is 128% of the average. So for salinity, we're going to end on some more lovely green numbers. In the Sacramento River, the salinity measurement is 85 microsiemens per centimeter. The San Joaquin River is at 105. And again, the combined measurement at Banks is clocking in at 177. So for our Delta smelt is the only fish we're going to be looking at this month. I just wanted to take a minute to address, I think it was Councilmember Thompson's comment from last month in terms of the averages that we're reporting for smelt. We're currently working on restructuring some portions of by the numbers, specifically the fish section, and we're going to try to pick some averages that maybe will give council members and viewers a little better context for the numbers. So I just wanted to let you know that we hadn't forgotten about that, and we will keep you posted on that. So our current number of smelt as of April, we have had 39 that have come up in the trawl. The 16-year historical average from January to April is 455. Last year at this time, it was 33, so it's a slight increase, but this number is still in the red, and it's not as great as it could be. Our seasonal salvage, which is current as of April 25th, is at 56.5 smelt, and this is the same as it was last month. And the incidental take limit, just to give some context, is 64 fish.
Did the half a smelt survive?
I'm not sure.
Which half? One clarification, if you don't mind, Catherine, and that is the 4,981 flow average. That's the combined CVP plus State Water Project export number, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Questions of Catherine? Ken?
I have to ask Cliff again how to convert microsiemens to total dissolved solids, milligrams per
I
liter.
could try to tackle a portion of that.
We discussed that, yes, and yes, we had a nice long discussion about it.
We did. So I could send you the conversions. I won't make everyone suffer through that. But so the reason that we are using the microsiemens per centimeter as opposed to a measure of salinity in parts per million or parts per thousand is that we're actually looking at electrical conductivity, which is a measurement of salinity. And so the electrical conductivity, there are sensors that measure that continuously, whereas if we wanted to get exact measurements of the salinity, you would have to take samples. And so it is more up to date to measure the electrical conductivity. But if you were interested in the math, I can
No,
send
actually,
that
I'm
to
just
you.
interested in the number, so it
has more.
Yeah, because I've been trained to relate to that number.
It's temperature dependent, and it's also dependent on the chemistry of the water, how much monovalent and divalent cations you have in there. So the conversion, if it's seawater, it's pretty straightforward, but if you have other sources of water, it can be a little more complicated. So we would be happy to sit down and give you a briefing, but it's not, you can't just take it and say multiply it by X.
No, I guess, and so if you ever look at those TDS reports, is the Sacramento River around 100 milligrams per liter? Or, is that kind of
1 to 200? Yeah, maybe a size during really low flow conditions. It might get a little higher than that, but where the San Joaquin will be more on 500-600.
Sure, but now with these high flow conditions, the water quality is pretty good.
It's diluted immensely. Yes.
That's why it's green.
Thank you for that question, Ken.
Or maybe we can all just be trained to think in terms of microsiemens and what's average and what's not and what's right for what type of year. Because I have similar questions, but I can't do the TDS numbers either.
No, I just want to read the TDS number.
Right. If you'd like, we can put TDS there also.
I don't know. I think that, I understand sort of the better accuracy of this and
it's a continuous feed, so we get data.
But I think
how about a relative scale of the green, the red, the orange, and put that in the so you can equate what the green range is and so on. Then you're going to have to calculate it.
Yeah, do that for both electrical conductivity and TDS.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to think DWR's publishing those numbers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. Problem solved.
Okay.
Yeah.
We continue to adaptively manage by the numbers.
All right. Thank you, council members.
Thank you, Catherine. Appreciate the good report.
So that concludes.
Great. Any
report.
questions of Cliff? Then, let's see, it is 11:45. Would you like to begin your report, Jessica? And we'll just take maybe about 12:15 and about 30 minutes. We can find a natural break for lunch. Okay. So file item number 7, Executive Officer's Report.
Okay, good morning. Since we last met, the governor declared an official end to the drought, and you'll hear a little bit more about his proposed next steps in our legal report. But yesterday, I just saw that the state board did lift its mandatory restrictions on water conservation, and my understanding is that those mandatory restrictions will be supplanted in part by a new process and potentially by some new legislation. So the binder in front of you includes a few comment letters on Delta Plan implementation and coordination, as always. One of those is on the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan, which is a strategic long-range management plan for improving flood risk management in the Central Valley and includes part of the Delta. As you know, we've been working very closely with flood board staff as we've developed our Delta levees investment strategy. Council staff sent a letter building on discussions that we've had with their staff on the draft 2017 flood plan update and its environmental review document. Our letter also provides specific guidance to the Department of Water Resources regarding Delta Plan consistency for the flood plan, since it meets the definition of a covered action. We also sent a letter to the San Joaquin County Council of Governments after they issued a notice of preparation for their 2018 Regional Transportation Plan and Sustainable Community Strategy. The 2018 plan and strategy is going to be an integrated land use, housing, and transportation plan for San Joaquin County, covering the planning period through the year 2042. Our comment letter states our desire to work with the COG to ensure the continued consistency of their regional plan with our Delta plan, and asserts that the council staff are interested in coordinating with them regarding their exemption process for covered actions, which is set forth in the Delta Reform Act. The ability to exempt certain actions from the council's certification process provides the COG with a significant role in shaping how development occurs in the secondary zone of the Delta and the way in which planning for metropolitan areas and the Delta are coordinated. I have a few personnel announcements that I'd like to make. Ben Geske has joined the council in the Delta Science program. He's coming to us from the modeling branch of the Department of Water Resources Bay Delta office, where he evaluated hydrodynamics associated with the emergency drought barrier and was involved in developing decision support tools designed to optimize fish barriers. Ben is going to support our scenario planning work and key initiatives related to advancing integrated modeling, including some of the work that Jessica Law talked about earlier that was highlighted at DPIC. Ron Melzer has been promoted to supervise the ecosystem restoration, land use, and scientific integration section of the council. Since joining the council, he's been working on our performance measures amendment, as well as coordinating with the science program on adaptive management. His biological expertise, understanding of the landscape scale ecological processes, and knowledge of the Delta will serve the council well, especially as we develop our ecosystem amendment to the Delta plan. Scott Callery has been hired as our new network administrator. He has extensive IT knowledge and previously worked as a network administrator in private industry for nearly a decade. His first project is going to be helping us migrate to our new Office 365 email system. So my congratulations to Ron and a warm welcome to Scott and Ben. And while some of us are gathering later today to celebrate an impressive career of public service, I'd be remiss not to mention the retirement of my Chief Deputy, Dan Ray, familiar to all of you for his major contributions in shaping the original Delta Plan, as well as some of the recent amendments, and really the organization of the council and the setup of its regulatory program. Dan, all I can say is thank you for everything. I look forward to toasting you tonight, and congratulations on your retirement. And on that note, the recruitment information for the chief deputy position is available on our website.
How quickly we can replace them.
Yeah, not quickly enough. So now I'd like to turn it over to Bethany for our legal update.
I'd like to invite Adam Silva up to the table to give the council two updates, one on the executive order that Jessica referenced and one on a very interesting groundwater case that he's been itching to give you an update on.
Thank you, Bethany. Thank you, Chair Fiorini, members of the council. So the first item we'll be discussing today is Executive Order B4017. So on April 7th of this year, Governor Brown issued Executive Order B4017, terminating the 2014 drought state of emergency for all counties in California except for Fresno, Kings, Tulare, and Tuolumne. The order emphasized some of the state's accomplishments during the drought, including reducing water use in communities by more than 22% between June 2015 and January 2017, as well as providing over 66 million gallons of water to fill water tanks for communities suffering through drought-related water shortages. However, the provisions contained in a 2016 executive order titled Making Water Conservation a California Way of Life will still remain in full force and effect. So certain wasteful practices are still prohibited, including hosing off sidewalks and other hardscapes, washing automobiles with hoses not equipped with a shutoff nozzle, watering lawns in a manner that causes runoff or within 48 hours of measurable precipitation, using non-recirculated water in a water fountain or other decorative water feature, and irrigating ornamental turf in a public street median. Now, under the April 7th order, the Water Board and Department of Water Resources will also take actions to minimize water system leaks and direct urban and agricultural water suppliers to accelerate their data collection, to improve water system management, and to prioritize capital projects to reduce water waste. Now, all state agencies are required to continue activities that may be needed to manage any lingering drought impacts to people and wildlife. Now, the April 7th order also calls for certain actions by the Water Board for the continued drought response in Fresno, Kings, Tulare, and Tuolumne counties. Among other things, the order calls for the Water Board to continue to prioritize new and amended safe drinking water permits that enhance water supply and reliability to community water systems facing shortages. The Water Board is also required to continue to work with local agencies to identify and provide assistance to communities that may run out of drinking water. Now, in response to this executive order, the Water Board late yesterday rescinded its water supply stress test requirements and remaining mandatory conservation standards for urban water suppliers while keeping in place the water use reporting requirements and prohibitions against wasteful practices. Now, the second item we'll be discussing today is the case of the Agua Caliente Band of Cahuilla Indians versus the Coachella Valley Water District. So on March 7th of this year, Judges Richard Tallman and Morgan Christian of the United States Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit and Judge Matthew Kennelly, sitting by designation from the Northern District of Illinois, held that the United States impliedly reserved groundwater when it created the Agua Caliente Band of Cahuilla Indians Reservation in the Coachella Valley. So the majority of the reservation was established by two presidential executive orders in 1876 and 1877, and both orders required the land withdrawn and set aside as reservations for the permanent use and occupancy of the tribe. Today, the area primarily relies on groundwater for its water needs, but the tribe doesn't currently pump its own groundwater. Rather, it purchases it from local agencies. And so in 2013, the tribe filed a suit seeking a declaration that it has a federally reserved right in the groundwater underlying its reservation. Now, under what is known as the Winters Doctrine, when the United States withdraws land from the public domain and reserves it for a federal purpose, it by implication reserves appurtenant water, then unappropriated, to the extent necessary to accomplish the purpose of the reservation. So at issue in this case is whether the appurtenant reserved water under the Winters Doctrine includes groundwater as well as surface water. And here, because the purpose of the reservation, which was to provide for a permanent home for the tribe, would be defeated without water, the court held that the United States implicitly reserved a general right to water under the Winters Doctrine when it first created the reservation. And the court reasoned that because many locations throughout the western United States, including the Coachella Valley, rely on groundwater as their only viable water source, the rights conferred in the Winters Doctrine encompass both surface water and groundwater appurtenant to this reserved land. The court also held that the fact that the tribe did not historically access this groundwater has not affected its current right to the groundwater. So this particular ruling only resolves phase 1 of the litigation. So phase 2 will address whether the tribe beneficially owns the pore space in the groundwater basin underlying the reservation, and whether the tribal right to groundwater includes the right to receive water of a certain quality. Phase 3 will then attempt to quantify any identified groundwater rights. Now, the Water District has stated that it plans to appeal this decision to the United States Supreme Court, and it expects to submit its petition for review sometime in June or July of this year. So we'll continue to monitor this case and other pertinent cases, and we look forward to our next legal update. Does anybody have any questions?
Questions of Adam? Is there a public trust, beneficial use of the federal government, similar to what California has?
Not that was discussed in the case. If you want, I could look that up and get back to you. It wasn't discussed particularly in this case.
Yeah, it might have some. It would be interesting because certainly a public trust doctrine in California is significant, but it may not apply in this case. So. All right, anything else? Great. Thank you, Adam. As always, great job.
Okay, and next I'll call up Brian Stambrough to give our legislative update.
Good morning, Chairman Fiorini, council members. April marked the 2-week legislative recess with members returning to Sacramento last week ahead of the April 28th Policy Committee deadline. As a result, there are a number of bills that I will touch on this morning. The first is AB 791 by Assemblymember Jim Frazier from Oakley, which would require the lead agency of a new Delta conveyance project to publicly disclose the costs to be covered by each individual water contractor and the associated benefits that they will receive as a financer of this new conveyance facility. The measure would build upon current law, which already requires entities that receive water from the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project to pay for a variety of project-related costs required for the construction, operation, and maintenance of new Delta conveyance facilities. Supporters of the bill include the Sierra Club and the Delta Counties Coalition, argue that requiring a lead agency to publicly disclose such information is appropriate given the anticipated use of ratepayer funds. Opponents, who include a number of south of Delta water contractors, argue that in addition to being redundant of the aforementioned disclosure requirements in current law, public water agencies naturally have an incentive to conduct a cost-benefit analysis of such a project prior to entering into construction agreements. As it relates to the Council's draft amendment on conveyance, storage, and the operations of both to further the co-equal goals, the cost-benefit element that AB 791 seeks to require is somewhat similar to the conveyance portion of the Delta Plan amendment that recommends that new and improved Delta conveyance should consider, among other things, the cost-effectiveness of such conveyance alternatives. Obviously, an important difference to highlight between the two is that AB 791 would have the force of law, while the Delta Plan Amendment is currently framed as a recommendation and not something that project proponents would directly have to demonstrate consistency with under a covered action process. AB 791 passed out of its first policy committee on Tuesday and is currently in the Appropriations Committee. The next bill I'll discuss is AB 832 by Assembly Member Cecilia Aguiar Curry from the 4th Assembly District, which encompasses a large portion of the southern Sacramento Valley, including the Yolo Bypass. AB 832 would provide a temporary tax credit to help offset the cost of the winter flooding of rice fields, a practice intended to provide critical wetland habitat for waterfowl and fish, as well as prepare the fields for the upcoming growing season. In fact, recent studies such as the Nagiri Project, an ongoing collaborative effort by the Center for Watershed Sciences at UC Davis, DWR, and CalTrout have shown that giving native species like juvenile Chinook salmon access to the food-rich environment of flooded rice plains in places like the Yolo Bypass make for productive rearing habitat. The Audubon Society, the bill's sponsor, contends that AB 832 is necessary to incentivize the flood practice, given that some growers have begun resorting to lower-cost methods of decomposing rice straw that does not depend on flooding and hence does not provide the associated ecological benefits. AB 832 is currently awaiting passage in the Revenue and Taxation Committee, and just as a reminder, since tomorrow is the Policy Committee deadline, bills that do not pass out of their first Policy Committee in their House of Origin will become two-year bills. Moving on to AB 554 by Assembly Member Jordan Cunningham from San Luis Obispo, which would establish a statewide goal to desalinate 300,000 acre-feet of water a year by 2025 and 500,000 acre-feet a year by 2030. For context, the 2025 goal of 300,000 acre-feet would require a doubling of existing desalination processing capacity in California. That said, policy actions taken by the state in recent years have illustrated a desire for desalination to at least be part of a diversified water management portfolio. For instance, desalination is mentioned as part of a broader water management strategy in the California Water Action Plan. Governor Brown's executive order from April 2015 directs the expedited permitting of projects, including desal, to increase local water supplies, and the state has allocated more than $100 million to support desalination through the ballot with Prop 50 and more recently Prop 1. As it relates to the Delta, employing desalination on a much broader scale has the potential to not only reduce the state's reliance on the Delta, but also to strengthen regional self-reliance, two guiding principles that make up the foundation of Delta Policy WRP1. AB 554 passed out of the Assembly Water Parks and Wildlife Committee at the end of March and is currently in appropriations. As an aside, an identical bill was introduced last year and was ultimately held in the Assembly's Fiscal Committee. And then the last state item I'll touch on this morning is a set of bills that were substantively amended late last week to implement the governor's Making Conservation a California Way of Life report, which was issued earlier this month and stems from an April 2016 executive order that Adam mentioned a little bit earlier in his talk. As the council will recall, current law requires most urban water suppliers and larger agricultural water suppliers to submit water management plans to DWR on a periodic basis. Specifically, AB 1667, 1668, and 1669 are all authored by Assemblymember Laura Friedman, who represent the Glendale area. These suite of bills would do the following in summary. Require the state board to adopt long-term water conservation standards by 2021 and provide the board with the authority to adopt interim standards prior to 2021 for urban conservation through emergency regulation. Also, the bills would require urban suppliers to develop a newly defined water shortage contingency plan, which must include, among other things, an annual water shortage assessment that will be informed by an annual water budget forecast and be submitted to DWR on an annual basis to determine water supply reliability. And then finally, as it relates to agricultural water suppliers, all ag water suppliers would now be required to adopt an agricultural water management plan regardless of the amount of water they supply. These plans would also have to include drought resilience and response planning, and agricultural water suppliers would be required to utilize a DWR-approved methodology to justify the infeasibility of specific efficient water management practices that they have not undertaken. Initial compliance with these additional requirements will be determined by DWR under the bill's structure, with the actual enforcement referred to the state board, which is provided the authority to enforce civil penalties for non-compliance. Now, all three bills are opposed by a number of business and water interests, including Aqua, who argue that the bills are over-prescriptive and constrict a water agency's ability to comply with future conservation targets in their own unique way, in a way that is responsive to their own unique local conditions. Instead, Aqua is supporting an alternative approach that has materialized through two bills authored by Assembly Member Blanca Rubio from West Covina. AB 968 would establish new water efficiency targets for urban retail water suppliers for the year beginning in 2025 in a manner that specifically provides a handful of options for determining these targets. In contrast, the Freeman legislation, which is in response to the governor's executive order report, currently provides the state board with the discretion to develop these specific targets and associated methodology through a rulemaking. AB 1654, the other component to this alternative package, states that if an urban water supplier meets water shortage response requirements, then the urban water supplier cannot be required to reduce the use of available supplies and cannot be required to take any additional actions. This provision is intended to provide an urban water supplier with certainty as to what the required drought response will be and encourage greater investment in local supplies. This lack of certainty is one of the primary concerns that Aqua cites and other water agencies have cited with the Freedman legislation. All five bills passed out of the Assembly Water Parks and Wildlife Committee earlier this week and are now headed to appropriations. And then finally this morning, following up on Chairman Fiorini's note in his chair's report, I'd like to draw your attention to the support letter in your binder for Senator Feinstein's S-731, which would establish the Delta as a national heritage area. This position is consistent with a recommendation in the Delta Plan, as well as the financial support the council provided last year to the Delta Protection Commission for its Delta Heritage Area Initiative work. S-731 went to markup at the end of March and is currently awaiting further action in the Senate. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my lengthy report. Happy to answer any questions.
You've been busy, as has the legislature. Any questions of Ryan? Yes, Ken.
It's more of a comment, and I had sort of talked a little bit with Ryan about this. I'm assuming this afternoon we're going to talk about the performance measures, the draft performance measures, and we're starting to tie performance measures or proposing to urban water management plans. And, the issue I'd like us to talk about is, and I've noticed a reluctance to, or a concern about getting information that may not be readily available, or maybe an extra task for DWR to do and or others. And so what I want to raise the issue is that we've got a couple of bills that's going to do something to urban water management plans. And I think that would be a good whichever one is going to win, or if they're all going to merge sometime later, let's maybe work with the authors to ask for the things that we want to see back. Now, I've raised the issue a couple of times about, should we have a legislative strategy? Should we be more proactive? We've got two former legislators on the council. I just think we're starting to link to these issues directly, and so urban water management plans are a way that long-term we can get the information we want and be tracking those performance measures. And so I guess I'm looking, does anybody else have opinions on this? Should we not ever weigh in on legislation, or should we pick and choose where it furthers our mission and our objectives?
Well, we do weigh in on legislation. We have a process that's spelled out that we have employed, not frequently, but occasionally. I would suggest in this case, if a council member has a particular interest in a particular piece of legislation or a group of bills, to request of staff the additional information that you would like to receive. That would be step one in leading up to potentially taking a position or weighing in with a particular bill.
Well, I guess I'm even more specific. I think on these two bills, I'm suggesting that we do use this as a vehicle to make sure that the information that we're asking in the performance measures are coming back. I know that my understanding from Jessica is DWR was going to ask for, in their urban water management plan, to address reduced reliance. That didn't happen. I think the proper vehicle is, if these bills are moving, is to, and I don't think we're asking for a lot, but what we'll get is consistency. Because right now, if you look at some urban water management plans, and we'll talk about this during performance measures, you get what you need. You look at others and you don't. So if we want consistency and we need that information for these really important performance measures, I'm suggesting that we look at these as vehicles to accomplish that and ultimately make life easier for everybody, because the information will be collected. So I don't want to make a motion to direct staff if there's no other support for it, but what I'm proposing is just, let's get engaged, let's figure out what we can do, and try and get that in there, and then we've done it for the long term, and it's going to be consistent, and we're going to have the information we need. And I'll go back to my experience. I've been involved for years in getting things into urban water. It was like a standard spot bill. Well, we'll do something to make urban water management plans better. I think we should just take that approach, and I'm not going to volunteer our experienced legislators, but I think, that's something they could be helpful with.
Chair, why don't we get a report on, these bills may not be going anywhere. Who knows what's going to happen here in the first place? So let's at least get some type of a report initially from staff to see if these are really going to become law, or if there's any chance they're going to be enacted. That to me would be the first step. I would defer to Mr. Gatto, however.
Mr. Gatto.
So I'll take
the button.
How many legislators does it take to operate a microphone? I'll take a totally different viewpoint, which is going to be very extreme and might come across as very strange. But when I was in the legislature, I tried to keep a civics class mindset about the different branches of government. And we are an executive branch agency, even though there's two former legislators on this body. We are an executive branch agency. And I never felt it was quite appropriate for the executive branch to be lobbying the legislative branch. It's not the executive branch's duty to mess with legislation while it's going through the process. That since the 1940s, I mean, that designation, or those distinctions have just been obliterated. It started with FDR, and it continues very much so through the Brown administration. But so I would not volunteer for this effort, but just out of respect to my former colleagues. But I do think, that being said, there's a lot of expertise in this room, a lot of expertise from folks here who probably want to weigh in, on legislation as individuals. But just as this agency doing it, I would probably vote against that. So, no offense.
I think just to add some context, the WRP1, which is one of our regulations in the Delta Plan, does require that in order to demonstrate consistency, that you have to make certain findings in your urban water management plan. At the time we were writing the Delta Plan, those findings did not exist in the format we were asking them for. And so we had an associated recommendation that asked the Department of Water Resources to, consider requiring in their guidelines that format of information so that we could then use it more readily to determine consistency with the Delta Plan. What ended up happening, my understanding, and as Ken referenced, is that it is included in the guidelines as a voluntary provision of information, but not a required provision of information, which does mean that we could get varying levels and in varying formats reporting out on those provisions. So, there may be an opportunity to just have a conversation with DWR and also, maybe with the author's office to get more information before we could, make a determination about whether or not we wanted to weigh in formally on legislation. So I think there are some middle ground steps we can take before we need to make that decision. Although I defer to the calendar and your knowledge of the legislative calendar and where these bills really are.
It's certainly fairly early in the process, being that first policy committee deadline has just come. As Assemblymember Gata knows, there's always an opportunity if you're interested, but it's particularly early right now. So exploration would not necessarily be without potential merit, and to see what next steps might be best.
But we have been very limited in our weighing in on bills in the past, and we've tended to limit our weighing in to kind of two criteria. One is are we weighing in on legislation that would implement something that's in the Delta Plan, that's already been voted on and approved by the full council, or are we weighing in on something that's in defense of our ability to achieve our mission? And that's kind of been the theme for the maybe 3 times in the 7 years of the council that we've weighed in on bills.
Yeah, that's true. So are we satisfied Jessica's suggested approach to this is acceptable? Yes, more information. Good. And I always feel very safe when we're serving as a resource in highlighting something that we've already approved in the Delta Plan, whether it be WRP1 or in support of the National Heritage Area designation. So, okay, then Ryan, I guess you've got some direction.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else? Okay. All right. Thanks.
Okay, next item on the list is, just want to draw your attention to item 7C, which is the quarterly contract update that we include in your binder 4 times a year. And should there be any questions about that, I'm happy to follow up or to identify the right staff to follow up and answer any detailed questions. You'll notice, which is relevant to kind of future action items on this agenda, that we do include task order information for major contracts, so that you have a better idea of where that funding is going once you've already approved a contract.
Right. Any questions on 7C?
Just a comment, Mr. Chair.
Mm-hmm.
The world in which I come from, when you're looking at over $7.5 million worth of enhanced contracts or new contracts, there is a need to explain, be it briefly, why you're bringing these forward. And you and I talked about it at our briefing call the other day. I'd just like to see a little bit more when we're talking about $2 million contract enhancements. Why are we doing that?
Sure, and we'll go through item by item
Okay.
right now with a presentation by staff on each one. Okay, so starting with item 7D, the Memorandum of Understanding with the Aquatic Science Center / San Francisco Estuary Institute, I'd like to invite up Jessica Law and Reiner Hoenecke. Last week, I signed a Memorandum of Understanding with the Aquatic Science Center in an effort to formalize what we view as a mutually beneficial arrangement in which the Council and the Aquatic Science Center can advance our collaborative working relationship, which is really focused on building capacity for the science enterprise across the Bay and the Delta, and to leverage knowledge and to further the missions of both organizations. So Jessica has really been a point person in leading this effort. She's going to talk a little bit about the MOU, and then Reiner will be available to queue up the contract decision.
Okay, thanks so much, Jessica, council members. So for years, the council has been working with the Aquatic Science Center and San Francisco Estuary Institute. They have really demonstrated their ability to provide timely, usable products that address the critical gaps in emerging science in the Bay Delta. Many of you may remember presentations by Letitia Grenier from the San Francisco Estuary Institute. She presented the Delta Renewed report, so I have a copy of it, last, probably October or November of last year. This work, along with Delta Transformed and the Sacramento San Joaquin Delta Historical Ecology Investigations, oh, this one's heavy. This work was done in coordination and support by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, really over the course of several years. And it's been really important and fairly groundbreaking in helping us understand a lot more about the historical ecology of the Delta, and also providing a pathway, both a vision for a better understanding of how the Delta ecosystem and land use has transformed, and then also a pathway and a vision for how this work can move forward, and how future restoration design can be much more in line with how the ecosystem functions. I was at the Delta Conservancy meeting yesterday, and there was a Prop 1 grant proposal for Dutch Slough that was approved, and as a part of that packet of information, they referenced this document, the Delta Renewed report, and talked about how the landscape design for that project is really in line with this. So there's a lot of important work that's going on. And at the Science Enterprise Workshop last November, we presented really the need for a better connection between the Bay and the Delta to further connect both the upper, lower estuary, and really the entire watershed. So Dr. Josh Collins, who's sitting in the audience, presented along with Ted Summer from DWR and talked about the science for both the Bay and the Delta. So one of the big lessons learned from the Science Enterprise Workshop is that we need to make these connections more. And by the way, CCMP stands for Comprehensive Conservation Management Plan. So obviously we're learning a lot more about the Bay and the Delta connections. ASC, the Aquatic Science Center, and SFEI, they are widely recognized for their significant accomplishments in supporting research, monitoring, and ecosystem management in the San Francisco estuary, in the Delta, and really throughout California. And also, ASC, they have a staff of environmental scientists that have expertise in a range of disciplines, including, but not limited to, water quality, geomorphology, ecology, informatics, modeling, and geographic information systems. The staff there conducts research on water quality monitoring. They develop data platforms, decision-making tools, and integrated ecosystem models. They also develop and publish plans and reports on science-based strategies, landscape scale restoration, like these reports, and other topics. So this MOU, this Memorandum of Understanding, is not intended to replace or reduce or replace competition on any staff resources here at the Stewardship Council and in the Delta Science Program. Within the MOU, the parties agree to work together to strengthen the connection between the programs, the state of knowledge, and mutually beneficial skill sets in areas of expertise, and to really build the capacity to carry out each party's mission, and to work together to further integrate the state of knowledge across the geographic regions. The MOU supports 3 core common initiatives to support development of best available science, to communicate and promote science-based adaptive management, and to build the capacity of the California Bay Delta Science Enterprise. So we're happy to have Josh Collins here if you have any questions. But other than that, I'll turn it over to Reiner. And I'm happy to answer questions too.
Any questions of Jessica?
Okay.
Well, I
Oh,
don't
sorry.
have a question. I just want to say that the San Francisco Estuary Institute and the ASC, they do an amazing amount of high quality work with a very small staff. And they work really well with partners. They find partners and synergies. And I'm just amazed at how efficient and amazing their work is. It's very high quality work. So I just wanted to say that I like the idea of having this MOU.
And I would point out that Josh Collins was one of the esteemed panelists at the Science Enterprise Workshop, where the discussions about kicking the relationship up to a higher level first occurred. So Science Enterprise Workshop is spawning some good results already. So are we shifting now from file item 7D to 7E?
We are.
Okay. 7E, I call it to your attention, it's located behind one of the giant orange dividers, is an action item.
Is that giant orange or giants orange? So, thank you, Jessica, very much, and probably be helpful if you stay at the table just in case there are additional questions. But I'd like to introduce my science deputy, Reiner Hoenecke, and he's going to talk about what we're requesting from you today, approval for a 3-year contract to provide up to $960,000 to the Aquatic Science Center in order to support advancement of the Science Action Agenda and begin to implement key recommendations from the Science Enterprise Workshop consistent with the Delta Science Plan. So with that, Reiner?
Thank you, Jessica. Good morning, Mr. Chair and council members. The item in front of you requests your approval to delegate authority to sign a contract not to exceed $960,000 through fiscal year 2019 and 20. And it's in line with the conceptual ideas and principles outlined in the Memorandum of Understanding. So the proposed contract provides one of the vehicles to pursue the MOU's objectives in an efficient and transparent way. A number of key actions outlined in the Delta Science Plan, as well as recommendations in the Delta Plan, speak to the need for building the science capacity in the Delta that ranges from improving data sharing mechanisms and application of state-of-the-art technology to monitoring water quality improvements and moving blueprints for restoration in the Delta from the conceptual to the implementation stage. And restoration planning and construction are well underway right now, fortunately, and now is the time to put individual projects in a broader landscape context to provide increased value for a relatively small science investment. So examples that are embedded, task orders that are embedded in this contract are evaluation and modeling of food web benefits that 8,000 acres of tidal marsh restoration might provide. So a look forward as well as backwards and in time of what processes and functions the Delta was providing historically, and then projecting whether our restoration approaches might actually create an effect that is measurable. So that's one of the examples that will that includes where a task is included in this particular effort. Another one is information processing and engineering of information systems and data management to support ongoing work to modernize data exchange and accessibility. In effect, it's the follow-up work to what we did when Peter Goodwin was still lead scientist, and one of his initiatives was to kind of bring together stakeholders in a data summit, and the white paper that came out of it was actually instrumental in helping shape AB 1755. It was picked up and legislation was passed that embedded a lot of the recommendations, the principles outlined in the white paper in there, and this would be assisting the community, the science community, to develop the capacity to implement some of those principles as another example of building the capacity. And then a third example for this effort will be integrated modeling support to guide evaluation of policy alternatives, and including consequences and adaptation to various sea level rise scenarios. Our lead scientist, Cliff Dahm, will speak to you on that in more detail and during the May council meeting. Time flies. So all of those are examples of what's embedded in this contract. What's unique about it is that it is a task order contract, so we have flexibility to shape the scopes of work for each one of them in a way that's consistent with Delta Plan procedures and principles, Delta Science Plan procedures and principles, and follows our standard review process. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Yes.
So thank you for that wonderful presentation. So you said that we're going to have the ability to shift the contract a little bit over the course of it, but what are the deliverables that this entity is going to produce for us for $960,000? I mean, the summary says to enhance collaboration and coordination on science initiatives and inform management decisions affecting the Delta system. It just seems like we have staff who informs our decisions. We have science staff that informs our decisions. And then do we really need to pay $960,000 to enhance collaboration and coordination?
No, we actually do have every task within that contract will have deliverables associated with them. For example, one task order we already have ready to go is the next phase of evaluating the food web benefits of, tied in with some of the efforts that the science fellows are doing now to figure out how to predict and generate a report and scientific papers that come out of it to predict what the benefits of the cumulative benefits of 7,000 acres of tidal marsh restoration might be in terms of generating ultimately fish food. And so we will have very specific deliverables specified in those task orders. There are some areas where we still need to shape the scope and actually vet it and run it through our review processes, and the deliverables will be part of it. But here's an example of the types of reports and deliverables we're going to get that will then be also be introduced at the Bay Delta Science Conferences or at other venues that are appropriate for managers to consider those and incorporate it into their practices.
So it sounds like you sort of led into my next question too, which is, there's the state, in my experience, often, and this is, I think all governments are guilty of this. All states, federal government certainly, of often spending money on things that are otherwise available for free. And I would like to make it a policy, particularly because we're such a science-driven board and we're so dependent on science, to just have some sort of double check to make sure that there isn't peer-reviewed papers out there already on the internet that we can, get for a $40 subscription to some of the services before we pay someone to do another one. Because I believe I've seen papers on this topic that you mentioned as an example, which is the effect of restoration on the fish food supply and then also the human food supply. So I just want to make sure that we are, not duplicating stuff that is already out there for free. There was a bill during my time in the legislature to pay for a gargantuan study by the Energy Commission, and you had all these other countries who had already funded the study, and I jokingly said I'll give $1,400 for a plane ticket to go to these other countries and fetch the papers, but I just want to make sure we're not making that same mistake.
Mike, interestingly enough, that's one of the roles of the Stewardship Council, and particularly the Delta Science Program, to essentially make sure that there is an awareness of all the different types of research that's underway to avoid duplication or unnecessarily spending money on something that's already under investigation. So you just spoke into the wheelhouse of the Delta Science Program.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you, Randy.
But I think you make a very valid point, and one of the things that I think that Reiner was trying to communicate is that what this effort is about is taking some of those individual studies that you've just talked about, where there have been, for example, a science fellow that's studied this at a location, but we're talking about tens of thousands of acres of restoration. And are we investing in something that's actually generating an outcome that we desire, and we don't really have mechanisms in place to do that well, and this would allow us to improve our ability to do such.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else on this action item? Jessica?
I was just going to add that this contract, as the staff report indicates, uses general fund resources from fiscal year 2016-2017 and is contingent upon 2017-2018 resources not to exceed $480,000 per year. And so you've delegated me authority up to $500,000 to enter into contracts, and because this exceeds that, I'm bringing it to you.
Okay. Okay. Very good. Yes. Okay, we have a motion and a second to authorize the executive officer to enter into a new 3-year contract with ASC in the amount of $960,000 in support and advancement of the science action agenda and begin to implement key recommendations from the November 2016 Science Enterprise Workshop consistent with the Delta Science Plan. Our attorney likes me when I read that in. So is there, before we take any further discussion here, is there anyone in the public that wishes to comment on this? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Ready for the vote?
Damerline.
Weinberg, aye.
Got to abstain.
Tatyan, aye.
Fiorini, aye. Okay, motion passes with one abstention. You kind of shook up Susan there. You kind of not used to it. Okay, should we jam through the remainder?
I
of
don't.
this?
Well, I don't want to jam through anything, but
Well, jam as in musically, or
I'll leave it up to the hunger level of the council about whether we want to continue. Maybe we could do one more, or.
Okay, we're gonna break now. It is 12:35. Let's reconvene at 1:20. 1:20. Until then. Okay, we are resuming where we left off, picking up at file item number 7, item F, delegation of authority for the executive officer to increase the Stantec contract in support of adult plan amendments. Jessica?
Yes, thank you. Anthony Navasero from council staff is at the table, and he's prepared to make a brief presentation and also to answer any questions on this item. Anthony?
Thank you, Jessica. Council members, Chairman Fiorini. Just to recap, at the May 2016 council meeting, the executive officer was authorized to enter into a $2.45 million contract with consultants to assist with the development of the Delta Plan amendments and associated CEQA supporting efforts. Council staff solicited and selected Stantec, formerly known as MWH, to assist council staff and to provide support services to develop the amendments. The original contract amount was based upon preliminarily identified work effort known at that time. The original contract amount allowed for flexible management of the contract for the further understanding of specific project scopes and for future tasks that would later be defined and clarified. Subsequent to entering into the agreement, additional Delta Plan amendment efforts were prioritized by the Council related to performance measures and the associated CEQA support effort. In response, additional tasks related to Delta Plan amendments were identified for this contract. In addition, Council staff determined that combining the CEQA compliance for the 3 current amendments, DLIS, Delta CSO, and performance measures, into one effort would be more efficient and result in overall savings to the Council. Thus, tasks related to CEQA compliance for DLIS and performance measures were added to this contract. The original contract amount is not sufficient to cover all of the additional tasks. Thus, we are asking to amend the additional funding to the contract. Funds for this contract will be provided from other contract reserve savings and BCP augmentation, as well as reallocation of funds from the existing Arcadis contract. And so I'll leave that open for any questions.
Just to clarify, BCP refers to our general fund budget request from 16-17, which was for 1.45 million in one-time funding for high-priority Delta Plan amendments for 2 years. So, budget change proposal,
Budget
BCP.
change proposal. Thank you for that. Okay, questions, comments from the council? Do we have anyone from the public that wishes to comment? Then perhaps a motion would be in order. The requested action is authorize the executive officer to increase by $2 million the total amount of the contract with Stantec for completion of several tasks related to the continued support for the Delta Plan amendments. A motion? Second. Discussion? Let's vote. Pedro.
Weinberg, aye.
Tatai and I.
Fiorini, aye. Motion passes unanimously.
Okay.
Good
Thank
job,
you, Anthony.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next.
Item 7G, approval of contract with the United States Geological Survey for Operation Baseline Pilot Studies. This is an action item. Our previous lead scientist, Dr. Peter Goodwin, liked to tout the role of the Delta Science Program's critical science investigation funding as serving as the gaps and the glue where modest investments could be strategically applied to connect or leverage existing other agency investments in order to achieve bigger gains in the advancement of Delta science knowledge. This is one of those examples, and I'm pretty excited about our role in this project. Dr. Rainer Honicke is here to present.
Thank you, Jessica, and hello again, everyone. Planned upgrades to the largest inland treatment plant in California will result in major reductions of nitrogen discharge from the Sacramento Regional Wastewater Treatment Plant. And these upgrades are consistent with the Delta Plan recommendation WQR8, completion of regulatory processes, research and monitoring for water quality improvements. And so this item essentially requests authority to enter into a contract with the USGS in the amount of almost $600,000 to establish a baseline prior to the major $1 billion upgrades that Sac Regional is intending, is already in the process of constructing. So this 1.25 billion treatment upgrade will also change the dominant form of inorganic nitrogen from ammonium to nitrate. And this point in time represents an unprecedented opportunity to better understand nutrient dynamics and their effects on algae, floating aquatic vegetation, submerged aquatic vegetation, and the food webs that are supported by these plants. So one of the things that the science program has been pretty good at doing is connecting the dots among all of the research pieces that are out there within academia, from at the local agency level. Sac Regional actually has a research program that ties right into this. and as well as our science fellows. Some of you from earlier this morning may remember there are several projects that deal with that nutrient food web connection. So this is all packaged in a way that it makes sense and that we can actually learn from all of those and hopefully ultimately also learn from the kind of proof of concepts and methodology improvements that we're building into this big contract here to then help shape future research and monitoring efforts. So the projects contained in our Operation Baseline Initiative, as we call it, because it's such an important piece in the puzzle of how nutrients impact the ecosystem, there are an example of collaboration among scientists and managers from the local, state, federal, and private sector, from the concept stage all the way through implementation. Dr. Lisa Thompson, the lead scientist from SAC Regional, is here, just in case you have any questions about how the SAC Regional Research Program fits into this. And we hope that this large-scale initiative will document the range of current conditions prior to nutrient reductions that are expected to begin in 2019 and will be completed by 2021. And these projects determine the usefulness of new research techniques such as isotopic tracers and continuous high-speed mapping in identifying food web benefits of nutrient reductions in concert with habitat restoration and invasive species management efforts. The results can help scientists and managers ascertain how the ecosystem will respond after the treatment plant upgrade, and then implications of the research will extend to future decisions that produce large shifts in the way the delta behaves as a whole. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Questions of Reiner? Ken?
Yeah, just a couple of questions. No, this is very well put together, and thank you for the explanation. One question is that once the baseline's established, I mean, you're going to have to come back in at some point in the future, and so, that would be another request for funding. This is strictly for establishing the current conditions?
That's correct, and also to do a little bit of pilot studies.
Yeah, that's what I saw. There was, so you're going to pilot maybe some change conditions
yes.
and see what the reactions
and we already anticipate that as we move forward and results come in, that we might actually realize, wow, this is really helpful. We could actually do monitoring in a different way and more efficiently and effectively and get more information out of it. So if we wanted to, depending on the results, which we don't know for sure, we just have our conceptual model in our heads right now. If that's the case and we want to continue with this, then we would actually try to get another budget change proposal through the legislature or find leverage with other agencies that have similar interests to ours, and to fill some of these emerging data gaps. And I think there's lots going on already with the Delta RMP. They have a standard nutrient monitoring program right now, so obviously will help inform any future potential modifications and adaptations to existing efforts, including IEP, the Interagency Ecological Program, and so on. So we'll see how it goes, but it's definitely something that we will be assembling a kind of an oversight or a steering committee that can help track how successful our proof of concepts are, and then adjust accordingly.
So if you were to, establishing a baseline data set's pretty important for, like you're saying, what goes on. If you were to sort of look at this in the context of the goal of one Delta, one science, where, would you see this as important to achieving that goal, or is that?
Yeah. This is a prime example. There's so many
essential to achieving.
Yes, it's essential, and in the whole initiative has so many partners in it. We're just one of many who contribute funding to it. So we've had this took almost a year to set up and come to this point in actually identifying exactly the scopes of work and who's going to do what and how and by when.
So it's not an understatement to say that a lot of future work this is going to be a starting point.
Yes, definitely.
So maybe on that, I would, if it's okay with the chair, move approval of the staff recommendation.
Sure. We have a motion.
Do you want me to state the request? Okay.
I just want to make sure there's also opportunity for public comment.
Yeah, sometimes they take the motion and first, and sometimes they don't. But we have an eager council member that wishes to offer a motion. So, would somebody care to second that? Okay, and the motion is authorize the executive officer to enter into a contract with the USGS in the amount of $596,200 to fund studies characterizing nutrient input, transport, and transformation processes in the Delta in advance of regional sands treatment plant upgrade over the next 2 years. That was your motion, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Lisa, this would be a good time for you to comment. Lisa Thompson has, from Regional Sand, has requested to address the council.
Is this one on?
Yeah.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the council. I'm very happy to have a chance to speak with you this afternoon. My name is Lisa Thompson, and I'm the Chief Scientist at Regional SAN. And thank you, Reiner, for suggesting that I come along today. I think it's been a great idea and great for me to listen in on your council meeting. I just wanted to comment that I think this EcoWater project and studying it before and after is a really important way for the Delta community, and I mean the scientists, the policymakers, and the managers, to have a chance to really go through an adaptive management experiment and see what that's like and what it's like to pull everyone together, lay out the scientific questions and uncertainties, and show how we can address them. I think it really is going to be a template for how we deal with management decisions in the future. I trained in adaptive management. It's really unusual to get one of these experiments through from start to finish. Frankly, the beauty of EcoWater is it's already permitted and it's going to be happening, but it's a process for us to really learn how to address future management questions that, are going to continue to be uncertain. I think you all know better than me how complicated the Delta is, both from a science and policy side. There was a question about future funding. I would agree there's going to have to be probably some follow-up studies for this. I think there's a couple of things to think about this. The cost of these studies is about 1/1000th of the cost of building infrastructure. If you think about some of the infrastructure plans that get suggested for the Delta, it sounds like a lot when you hand over $1 million, but if you hand over $1 billion, it's coming from somewhere, and it's really the people of this region, and perhaps more broadly, depending if we get state loans and things. But when you think about it in that context, then coming up with that value proposition gets a little easier. I think the other beauty of laying out an experiment like this is you show people, here's the uncertainty you have about a management decision, here's the amount of money you gave me to look at it, now you have a better informed decision. You may still go ahead and build infrastructure, modified infrastructure, but now you can go back to the ratepayers and be far more confident that you can deliver the result that you would hope to get. I think that's really important. I just wanted to close by saying if the council is interested in any more information as the EcoWater project proceeds, we'd be happy to provide that either to Delta Science Program staff or in person. Thank you very much.
Great.
If anyone had any questions, or I'll let you
Questions
get
of
your
Lisa?
vote.
No, that's very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion, a second. Any further discussion on the matter? Then
Tatay and I.
Fiorini, aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. It concludes 7G, 7H.
Okay, and Reiner's going to stay at the table here. 7H, approval of contract with the UC San Diego, California Sea Grant for 2018 class of Delta Science Fellows. In this case, I am requesting the authority to enter into a new 3-year, $2 million contract with UC San Diego in order to support a new class of Delta Science Fellows and Policy Fellows. You had the opportunity firsthand this morning to learn about the importance of their work, and this is one of the programs that we fund that I'm most proud of. So with that, I'll turn it over to Reiner.
Thank you. And I'm not sure if I have to say anything beyond what the previous classes already did. This essentially requests continuation of the program for the next 3 years so that we can go out again in 2017 for the 2018 class and in 2018 for the 2019 class, so to get 2 more classes going for science fellows and also for the state fellows that are actually, or the policy fellows that are housed here for a whole year and helping science program staff and planning staff to do special projects and basically become the next generation of agency staff, hopefully. So with that, I just want to open it up for questions.
Reiner, do me a favor and read the requested action.
The requested action is to authorize the executive officer to enter into a new 3-year contract with UC San Diego to provide $2.74957 million to support 1 new class of science fellows to conduct research on high-priority research topics and support 2 classes of policy fellows to assist the Council's science and planning divisions. And there's also an associated budget for administrative costs needed to implement both of those programs.
Great, thank you for that. Discussion, questions? Susan?
Reiner, is there a document that tracks the deliverables of each of these wonderful scientists and ties it back to the elements in the Delta Plan, how it contributes and what aspect of the plan it furthers?
We have attached in your package as one of the attachment is the list of the project titles and the people and the brief summaries of what they're doing. At the end, when they're finished, we develop these summary sheets that explain what the results were. What we haven't done yet is to connect those projects cumulatively to very specific Delta Plan recommendations or policies. But when we try to report on the management relevance and how those pieces relate to either ecosystem restoration or water quality improvement or Delta as a place, high impact science actions that have been identified by the Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee, or to the emerging science action agenda that has relevance to the management agencies that participate in the discussions to set up science priorities to inform management. So indirectly it is, but it goes beyond the Delta Plan too, because it also addresses much more specific management priorities by different agencies that are sitting on the Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee.
I think an agenda item 7H, which shows kind of some past investments and past work that's been done, we could easily add a column there that ties it back either to the high impact science action that was endorsed by the Interagency Committee and or the relevant Delta Plan provision.
Yeah, we'd be happy to do that. That's not, it's going to be straightforward.
Other questions? Any public wish to comment? Seeing none. You've heard the staff request. What's your pleasure?
I move that we adopt.
Okay, Tatayan moves. Thompson seconds. Any further discussion? None. Let's vote.
Tatayan, aye.
Fiorini, aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for bearing with us. We near the end of the fiscal year. We had quite a few contracts. It may be some time before we bring additional contracts back, but I appreciate your support. So next on the agenda, we have an update regarding the draft Delta Plan amendment for the refinement of performance measures, and then we'll move into the 2017 water year outlook. We have unfortunately lost some of our panelists, both to jury duty, apparently the hospital, and the flu. So our 2017 water year outlook panel will only include John Lehigh from the Department of Water Resources, but I think it'll still be informative. And on performance measures, we lost one of our staff to jury duty, civic duty, other civic duty today, but I think Terry and Megan can adequately cover it. Thank you very much.
All right, so council members, file item number 9. Terry, welcome.
Thank you. Get this right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. Megan Brooks and I are here to give you an update on our efforts to refine the performance measures for the Delta Plan Amendment. As Jessica noted, Paul Levy, who has been the technical lead on the reduced reliance performance measures, was also expected to be here, but he reported to jury duty today. And a life lesson I learned in river guide training was to always have a plan B. So my plan B today is to step in for Paul and share the technical details that he prepared. Today, I am providing an update of the performance measure refinement process, and one of the take-homes is that they are in different stages of completion. Today, staff are presenting a number of performance measures that we believe are complete and ready to be included in the draft performance measure amendment. Attachment 1 also includes the performance measures relating to water supply reliability. While these performance measures have undergone significant changes in response to the extensive comments we received, they are still under development. We thought it timely and beneficial to bring them to you today for your input. And then the performance measures not included in Attachment 1 are in varying stages of completion. We expect to be bringing you the full suite of performance measures at the May Council meeting. And as we have previously shared with the council, refining these performance measures is a complex task. So let me quickly run through what I'm going to say today, what I'm going to cover. I will begin by providing you a summary of the activities since last month's council meeting. Then I'll provide you a brief summary of the comments we received, both from the external expert reviewers as well as from the public and agencies. We will highlight a subset of the performance measures that we think are complete and provide a couple of examples of these. And then we'll take a deeper dive into the Chapter 3 performance measures. These are the ones relating to water supply reliability. Refining these performance measures has been challenging as we have received many and often conflicting comments from both the external reviewers and the public. And then I'll close by running through the next steps in the performance measure refinement process and we'll pause in the middle of these sections so you can provide input in a timely way. So since last month's council meeting, we have continued to work with the lead scientist and the science program to refine the suite of performance measures. And I want to once again thank Cliff for all his help. For a subset of the performance measures that went out for external expert review, we received the written reports and we held the teleconferences with the reviewers. We have received written comments from agencies and the public in response to the March 9th public workshop, the presentation at last month's council meeting, and during the CEQA scoping period. And I just want to clarify that I am not discussing the scoping comments per se, but we wanted to be responsive to the specific comments on the performance measures that were included in some of the letters we received during the scoping period. A scoping report will be prepared as part of the CEQA process. That's my disclaimer. We have also met with agency staff and some stakeholders who provided public comment. Now I'd like to draw your attention to Attachment 2, and Randy, that's the one behind the blue paper. Attachment.
Nicely done. Yeah.
Attachment 2 is a summary of comments from the external expert reviewers and the written comments received by April 14th. As I go through the summary of comments, I will also include the comments received after April 14th, but within the CEQA scoping period, which closed April 17th. And all of the comment letters have been posted on the council website, or they will be soon. And to clarify, I will not be going through each comment, but instead I will highlight the general themes of comments we received. So, in general, The external reviewers and stakeholders commented or provided recommendations on the following: the appropriateness of the metrics in demonstrating the efficacy of achieving stated outcomes of the Delta Plan and the Delta Reform Act. Many comments focus on technical improvements to metric, baseline, and target formulation. Several commenters recommended that the targets need to be quantitative and measurable. To seek alignment with existing and emerging policy and existing agreements, like water contracts and the State Water Quality Control Board regulatory requirements, for example. And to improve alignment with existing studies and working groups. For example, there's an existing interagency team focusing on invasive species. Council staff have been coordinating with this group as we continue to refine the performance measure relating to invasive species. And to better define terms and concepts. For example, we received a general comment requesting that we be consistent in the definitions used for habitat ecosystem, and we're still working on which one we're going to use, types through the Delta Plan and the performance measures. And since the March 9th public workshop, council staff have been meeting and coordinating with staff from the Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Delta Conservancy on this issue, with the intention of ensuring consistency in the language relating to ecosystem habitat types for their Prop 1 funding programs, the Delta Conservation Framework, and Delta Plan amendments. We'd like this to be a lot easier for the public, and we'd like all of these processes to build on one another. We also received comments specific to individual performance measures, and I will briefly run through these chapter by chapter. On Chapter 3, water supply reliability and reduced reliance on the Delta, the majority of the comments were specific to the reduced reliance and export reliability performance measures. Some of the themes include to consider the hydrologic scale of measurement in setting the targets, to consider the progress already made by the stakeholders when setting the targets, and that the previously suggested 1% reduction would likely be within the margin of error that could be measured and reported. And without going into great detail on the comments received, suffice it to say that both 3.4, reduced reliance on the Delta, and 3.9, Delta exports performance measures, were heavily modified in response to the external expert review and public comment. And further into the presentation, I will take a deeper dive into all of the Chapter 3 performance measures, and relying heavily on Paul's notes, describe how these performance measures were modified. And I'd like to, at this time, give a big shout out to Councilmember Weinberg, who has been working with Paul and to get us to this point. So thank you. We're not done yet. And then Chapter 4, the performance measures that relate to the protect, enhance, and restore the Delta ecosystem, we received extensive comments on the flow performance measures from the external reviewers. The primary theme here is that developing flow performance measures is very difficult and complex. Broadly, the reviewers recommend that council staff consider the following: revise the flow targets to more closely focus on biological outcomes, example, vegetation recruitment, fish habitat, floodplain food production. Consider the multiple components of the Delta watershed as hydrologic function varies across the Delta, bypasses and constrained and unconstrained river reaches. Consider water year type and season given the variability these introduce in flow metrics. And lastly, more clearly define technical terms as concepts such as wet or spring period, or the concept of pulse or peak flow. Staff are continuing to work through these comments and look forward to bringing you revised language in May. In the meantime, we welcome input from the council as we further refine these flow performance measures. And also on Chapter 4, the Department of Fish and Wildlife requested that we postpone the refinement of the ecosystem-related performance measures and instead align the refinement of these measures with the upcoming ecosystem amendment. We believe this makes good sense, And personally, I'm wondering why I didn't think of that myself and earlier in the process. Although I will say that Dan Ray did mention it right before we got the comment letter. So, and then on Chapter 5, Delta as a Place, in addition to the one comment included in Attachment 2 relating to using the Marketing Task Force 5-year plan, Council staff have been coordinating with staff from the Delta agencies in the refinement of the Chapter 5 performance measures. On Chapter 6, Water Quality, for the bulk of these, the performance measures team is still working with the science program staff to complete these performance measures. The comments from both the external reviewers and the public focused primarily on water quality, nutrients, and pesticides, and recommended being consistent with State Water Quality Control Board regulatory requirements. And then Chapter 7, Reduce Risk to People, Property, and State Interests in the Delta. We received one written comment requesting that we expand the scope beyond high-priority locations. And this is a good place to pause and hear any comments or input from the council on the comments.
Okay, so you've all received the comment letters. Now you've received a summary of the input that staff has received and has processed. Highlights from the external expert panel review. Any questions at this point of Terry or Megan? Terry, I think you did a really good job of summarizing the comments, and the breakdown and the way you provided it to us in the staff report was excellent.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
I think that's probably why you're not receiving any questions.
Well, there's more opportunity here in the next section, so.
All right, well, good job on attachment 2.
Okay. Thank you. And I want to, thank you. So going backwards, now we're going to look at attachment 1. And included our attachment 1 are those Chapter 7 performance measures that are the chapter included in a Chapter 1 are the Chapter 7 performance measures, reduce risk to people, property, and state interests in the Delta. And these were included in the revised Chapter 7 language approved by the council in March. And since you've already seen these, and there were only minor revisions, and those revisions were made prior to your approval, I wasn't going to go into detail on these.
So that would be found on page 11 in attachment 1.
I know it's awkward to go backwards, but
That's-
there's a reason
No,
for this.
I get
Okay.
it. It's good. Skip, did you want to make a comment?
Yeah, a comment and maybe a clarification. On page 11, under baseline,
Okay. And you're looking at 7.2?
7.2, yes.
Okay.
Under baseline, number of lives lost within the Delta in recent history is 0, according to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. But then if you go to page 12, one of the outcomes hoped for is a 50% decrease in that number, and that number is 0. So it's
I'm going to look to Dan. Dan really wanted to get up to the table today.
well, that's why I
for
asked
the
the
last-
question.
for the
his
last
last
time.
question.
Where were we? I'm in the wrong chart. Okay. Okay. Well, the loss of life statistic is in part actual fatalities. So everybody tells us no one's ever drowned in the Delta as a result of a levee failure. And that's one of the first performance measures we adopted when the Delta plan was approved several years ago. We said, well, let's keep that trend going. And so we've always carried that forward. The second is a statistical forecast of expected annual fatalities and expected annual damages that's based on probabilities of flooding and earthquakes and the damages they might do to levees and how that would lead to losses of life and property. So the first is an actual number, and the other two are statistical event forecasts.
Well, to the layperson,
Yeah.
me,
Yeah.
reading it, I didn't understand that. So maybe there are others out there that don't understand as well. Maybe we could clarify.
Sure, it's a
that.
good suggestion.
Okay.
Thank you.
It was minor, but thought I'd ask. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Thank you, Dan. So, continuing to move backwards, Chapter 5 performance measures relating to Delta as a place also had very few substantive changes, and these refinements were made in coordination with the Delta agencies, as I mentioned.
And that begins on page 5.
Thank you. Also included in Attachment 1 are the performance measures that were refined by incorporating the best available science and where we were able to incorporate constructive and consistent comments from external reviewers and the public. A good example of this is Performance Measure 6.2, Monitoring Salinity in the Delta. Megan will run you through a couple of examples highlighting the changes.
6.2 begins on page 9.
Well, yeah. She's going to start with 5, but before Megan starts, I would just like to thank her. I would like to thank Megan, who has been the technical lead on chapters 4, 5, and 6 through many iterations of the performance measure development and refinement over the years. And Megan has recently taken on a new role in the planning division, but in addition to her new duties is completing these performance measures. So thank you.
Thanks, Terry. Just as Terry mentioned, the Chapter 5 performance measures are pretty well far along. Again, we haven't made many major changes to the Chapter 5 performance measures. I'd like to run through one example of one of the Chapter 5 performance measures that displays some of the types of edits we made. If you can please look at reference number 5.8, which is page
7. Bottom of page 7.
Thank you. Here we clarified the language and added 3 additional metrics and targets based on public comments. We needed we added 1 number of first-time visitors, 2 websites, views, and social media traffic, and 3 number of existing and new visitor engagement. There is continuous data on these 3 added metrics, and tracking these metrics or trends is part of the collaboration of both the Delta Marketing Task Force and the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta Conservancy Plan, Delta Tourism Awareness 5-year marketing plan. The first 3 metrics were extracted from the Economic Sustainability Plan in order to allow for collaboration with the Delta Protection Commission in data collection efforts.
And we presume the Delta Protection Commission will be the provider of this information.
Yes.
Very good. Good.
Now that's just one from Chapter 5. If you can...
Do you have any other questions on Chapter 5?
No.
Okay.
Oh, yes, we do.
Thank you. I'm glad we're going to be revisiting this item next month because I haven't had an opportunity to talk to my Ag Commissioner on 5.7. So I'm sure there will be some questions that relate to that. You're going to move through the different reference numbers, or are we talking?
I was just going to go through a couple. So one from Chapter 5, this one 5.8, which was the one with the most changes, and then one from Chapter 6.
Okay. I'd like to comment on 5.3.
Yeah, I mean, we can go through each one if you would like.
Well, let me just very briefly make my comment.
Okay.
Sure.
5.3, prevent further Delta rural farmland loss to urban development. I guess the question I have is, with the Delta Plan policies and the Delta Protection Commission restrictions on development in the primary zone, is that in fact a concern? Maybe Pat would like to answer that one.
The delta is bigger than the primary zone. So the statutory delta includes a secondary zone. So if you look at the delta plan, you see some effective limitation on urbanization in the delta as a whole. So as good as the Delta Protection Commission has been. It's been very good on land use policy in the primary zone. The reach is greater than primary zone.
Okay, I appreciate that. There's loss to urban development, but there's also then loss to ecosystem restoration sorts of projects. And so how do we look at that as well when we're dealing with a development of the Delta, primary or secondary?
5.2.
And 5.3, third bullet under metric.
Okay.
Those are intended to track that.
Okay.
Just real quick, do those two need to be further clarified? To say that?
Pardon me?
Do those two, 5.2
Yeah,
and
I'm good.
5.3,
Yeah, I'm
need to
good.
be further clarified?
No.
Okay.
Yes, Ken.
Yeah, just to kind of get a better understanding. So if a county general plan changes ag to something different, the Protection Commission has a role in saying, yes, that's something that, okay, you've done it right, you have the ability to do that. Do the counties have the ability just to move forward, change their general plan, and then?
I think the Delta Protection Commission trumps county land zoning. That's my understanding.
Okay.
Yeah, in the primary zone.
The land use and resource management plan adopted by the commission governs.
But maybe not in the secondary zone.
Right. And the council's regulations then pick up in the secondary zone, but we don't preclude any conversion. We have guidelines on that conversion, and it's based on the adoption of local plans at the time the Delta Plan was adopted.
So if we approve something and it's a conversion from ag to residential, or, is that, we're tracking that as a metric, but it may not be, an indicator that things are going bad if they've done what we've said they should do?
Well, we wouldn't be in an approval position unless there was an appeal.
Well, I meant that if they did a, finding of consistency and they were, and there was no appeal. So is that a bad, is that telling us anything if it's widely interpreted? So if there is a way to do good conversion of ag to residential or something else, we don't really want to say that's an indicator that we're not accomplishing the plan's objectives.
I think you've tapped into some of the complexity of the performance measures.
Yeah.
Hey, they're hard. I commiserate with Terry and her staff. This is, it's got to be meaningful, achievable, understandable. But I'm just kind of raising.
Yep, there are trade-offs, yeah.
But it's not an absolute that converting agricultural land to some more urban.
How many acres? 1 acre or 400?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean, that's all.
there would be a point at which it would make a difference.
Yeah.
In terms of preserving agriculture in the Delta. So it's just another metric to keep track of to determine what the changes are that are occurring. And it's not just urban, it's also to habitat restoration purposes as well.
And I can offer that we're paying attention what's going on in Stockton right now. And there was the letter that was sent last month.
And we worked before with both San Joaquin County in the update of their general plan and the San Joaquin Council of Government to try to proactively ensure that they're headed in the same plan as the same direction as the Delta Plan and consistent with the Delta Plan, whether they come before us or not.
Who knew this was so complex?
Okay, I'd like to run through one example from Chapter 6. So as you can see here, we only have 2 performance measures listed because we're still fleshing out the rest of the other Chapter 6 performance measures. I'd like to run through salinity, reference number 6.2, which is on page 9. Thank you. To illustrate the types of changes that we made. So in response to both public comment and external expert reviews, we cleaned up the language and made edits to most of these this performance measure. So for example, the word measurement was removed and replaced with the word calculation because X2 or electrical conductivity should not be referred to as a measurement or as monitored quantity, but is an interpolated value based on measurements of salinity at fixed locations. We also added temperature because it is required to calculate salinity from electrical conductivity. We changed the geographical focus from the Western Delta to the entire Delta and would like to link that, the targets and baseline back to the State Water Resources Control Board's recommended compliance points based on their current objectives. And lastly, we added X2 to the targets because it was listed in the metrics but not in the targets and therefore needed to be added.
And Megan, I believe most of this was a result of comment letters that you've received.
Right, yeah. So both public comments and external expert review.
Good. Yeah, it's important to note. Thanks. Any questions on 6.2? Seems to be very responsive. Okay. Moving backwards.
Are we ready to have some fun now? Yes. Okay. So now let's take a deeper dive into the Chapter 3 performance measures relating to water supply reliability. And in doing my best to channel Paul, I'm going to share how these performance measures have been modified in response to comments, and I'm going to take them in a couple groups. So that's page 1. We're going to start with page 1 and 2. Urban efficiency and the stormwater. So that's 3.1 urban efficiency and 3.2 stormwater. 3.1 and 3.2 were shifted to focus more on individual water suppliers and limit the scope to water suppliers that rely on Delta water or are within the Delta watershed. 3.1 was only slightly changed. However, 3.2 has shifted away from statewide stormwater goals to track progress towards projections of new sources of water supply made by individual water suppliers through their urban water management plans. This makes the metric more measurable, more achievable, and is a bottom-up rather than top-down approach. 3.2 was also expanded to include other new sources of water supply, such as recycled water and desalinated water. This measure includes a margin of error for suppliers. We don't expect their supply projections to be exact, but want to see progress towards utilizing these new sources of water supply.
So, Terry, how about if we just take these one or two at a time?
Yeah, that was my thought
All right,
here.
so that was
That's on
3.1
page
and 3.2.
Yep, 3.1 and 3.2.
Comments, reactions, 3.1, 3.2.
I just want to say that it was really a pleasure working with Terry and Paul on this and being able to go full water wonk and water nerd with them on these things. But yeah, I enjoyed that and hopefully it was helpful. Hey, it's late, it's a long day, Jessica. So, but I think we actually talked through some policy issues. So, one of the things here on sort of the SBX 7, it's important that everybody know who we're talking about. And one of the reasons why, as we talk through this, statewide progress didn't really prove to be as meaningful because not everybody in the state, is taking water, and you don't want to sort of skew the results. But here, it's urban water suppliers, and everyone, that's the law. Law in California is you meet your SBX, your 20% by 2020 goal. So that seems like that's reasonable to apply that to everyone. And, the urban water management plans require them to report out, and they can change things every 5 years. But, and if there's something new, I think, earlier, Ryan was I think it was Ryan's report on the framework
that the state board released, and we'll see what, what comes next. On the other measure, again, using the urban water management plan, and, that's why I kind of raised the issue there to make sure we make this easier on the water suppliers, but also consistent for us. I mean, that seems to be a way that they can uniformly report, but that's where their plans are. That's how you're going to know whether they're reducing their reliance. And I think we, heard from Mojave Water Agency on the fact that, and I don't know if anybody from Mojave is here today. Yes, you are. And the fact that, we may be growing into our state water project supplies, but we've done these other things, and, just look at us, look at how we're managing in a dry year. And I think this issue of what are we trying to accomplish here is, we're trying to avoid conflicts, and the conflicts are at their height during dry years. So show us that you're less dependent, because they're going to get what they get. I mean, there's going to be an allocation of state water project water. It's not like I want more. They're going to get what they get, but what we're trying to get to is water reliability. And so in a dry year, you're going to have to be more reliable, and you need to demonstrate that. And the way you do that in a uniform way is through the urban water management plan. So I think, staff was responsive to the comments that happened, that we got, but also specifically of, gee, we don't want to penalize an agency like Mojave who's planning, they use their local supplies first, they're going to grow into their allocation, but they're also being responsible in a dry year by being able to live with the little amount of allocated water that they get. I'll stop there because Terry hasn't gone through the other ones yet.
Okay. So you're good with 3.1 and 3.2? Yeah,
I just wanted to kind of share what the discussion was and the thinking on that.
Skip and then Patrick.
3.2, maybe 3.4.
Let's limit it to 3.1 and 3.2.
Okay, 3.2 then. According to my notes that my staff and I have been working on, this targets all users of the Delta system. Should there be a differentiation on water rights?
Which specifically you're talking about the target?
My notes talk about 3.2 and perhaps 3.4. Says targets all users of Delta water. Shouldn't there be some differentiation based on water rights and or availability of water to a particular region?
Okay, as it relates to 3.2,
you're just taking questions today.
Yeah,
so.
Well, since I am not the technical expert on this, I am taking questions, and we can work through them. I'd have to give that one some thought. And I don't know if Ken, do you have a thought on that?
Well, part of it is if we're looking at urban water management plans, it's going to be the larger areas that have more than 3,000 connections, and so they're going to be required to do some planning. They may not have recycled water, but they'll have gone through some justification as well. We can't recycle or reuse. So I think that sort of narrows it down. I think what I struggled with was, especially like on the efficiency, the conservation part, it's like everybody should be efficient with water, no matter where you are. Now, if you're agriculture, and we'll talk about that because that's another, I think, policy issue, but if you're an urban agency and you've got a goal, it shouldn't matter what source, what your rights are or where you get the water from, what institutional entity. The legislature says you've got to be efficient.
I think historically it's not exactly an exception, but we've accounted for what is technically feasible and locally cost effective. Those are sort of the guidelines that apply to what should be included in an urban water management plan.
Yeah, no, that's exactly it. So, they want you to look at these things. It doesn't matter whether you do them, but if you do something, you're going to put it in there. So if you don't do anything, you at least have to be efficient and meet your conservation targets.
Okay. And so if there's a better answer, we'll be back next month.
Yeah, I don't believe water rights, where you are in the spectrum, played into this, but we'll
At least
we'll
if
get
you-
back with you.
Thank you.
Patrick?
Terry, thanks. On 3.1, it says the standard is set in SB X7. Now, that's reduction of 20% per capita with a baseline of 2005 by 2020, is that right?
It's the 20 by 2020.
Yeah, but I mean, the baseline, base
baseline
year
was-
is 2005?
I think so. Not,
Right?
Not, not exactly sure.
Once again, Paul wouldn't know the answer to that question.
But somewhere, will that be in the document? I mean, you got to explain what the law says, because it's not self-evident.
So maybe I should take a step back, that this is the matrix that we have that we're presenting, which is kind of the short version. We have what the performance measure is, we're presenting the matrix, the metrics, the baseline, and the target. And backing these up is a very extensive data sheet.
There's 10 to 15 pages for each
Yeah.
one of these.
Great.
That will,
great.
and that will be
I
included.
thought
in-
that was the case, but
Yeah.
so it'd be a reference, so
Yes.
we know. Okay, so just so when you say target in that, in the 3.1, so you changed it from 10% and 20% to the target established in the water contractors or diverters urban water management plan. So that suggests that people have different targets than 20% by 2020. Is that right?
Maybe since I lived with this for a number of years, you do have the 20% target, but the baseline is between, I think it's 1998 and 2008. They establish your baseline, and then you have to reduce from there. Everybody's going to get a different target based on their historic baseline. And so you have a target that you set in 2010, and then you got, under the legislation, you got a chance to reset it in 2015. And so that, I think, is why you've got the dual references here. So the baseline is set through a methodology, and then you reduce from that baseline.
And the rationale for that is what?
Oh, just to have something to measure, because it said you got to reduce 20%.
No, but I mean, the variation responds to what? Just differing conditions that have
Oh, yeah. Yeah, of water.
produce absurd results if everybody used the same base year, is that right?
Yes,
And who referees that?
the DWR.
DWR, okay. And that's all set now, right?
Yeah,
And that's all running, right?
It may completely change.
But in 2015, wait, it's 2017. So did people change their base?
Some, not the base, but they may have done something different to change. Yeah, they could have changed the base, or they did something different in their targets that still complied with the law. You had a few options on how you calculated things.
Okay, thanks, that's helpful.
And I can see that
There's,
that's confusing, and maybe a footnote would help clarify.
It may be that the narrative alongside explains it all,
Well, everybody's not going to see the
Yeah.
narrative, so we
Okay.
can clean this up. If it's a little confusing to you, then it will be confusing to others who are less in the weeds on this, so, thank you.
So on 3.2, it said the metric is water suppliers meeting their recycled water projections, stormwater projections, desalination projections. So those are found in their urban management plan, right?
Yes.
So they all have, so are these plans looked at by DWR?
Yeah, they have to be approved.
So they have been, is that right? I mean, DWR has been looking at plans? This is part of what they read, because there's some things they don't read.
Yeah, you and I have probably a similar recollection from our developing the Delta Plan days, when we were told that they don't have the staff or the time to go through it and analyze it thoroughly, but they do a review to determine if all of the components that are required have been met.
Yeah.
So it's a
going forward, as a council and our performance measures, an added check on that by Terry taking them home every weekend and looking at these reports?
Yeah, I don't know exactly what form it will come to the council. If it's a summary report of all urban water management plans, or if it is grouped by region and comes in periodically, I don't know, but they're...
I mean, I think we need to
It's a
pay
good question.
attention to
It's a good question.
the urban water management plans and the compliance.
Well, in this case, we will be paying specific attention to specific components of each urban water management plan. That's what we're trying to drive at here.
Right. So that's the answer. We'll actually be looking at it in the future.
Yeah, we won't be doing the overall completeness review of the entire document and
I
all of its
understand. No,
requirements,
we
but that's
don't
why
wanna
we're
do
trying
that,
to
but-
target what we care about most.
Right, so we can, in effect, do an audit or check to see if.
Yeah, that's the point of our performance measures, is to provide that level of scrutiny as it ties specifically
That's
to
the
our Delta
point.
plan
All
and
right.
the report out on the accountability.
And then the next step, once we get through CEQA, and we will get to the development of a dashboard that will be reporting out on this information. So we're taking this one step at a time. Okay.
Hopefully the first step was the hardest.
Okay, anything else on 3.1, 3.2? Let's move along.
Okay. Well, let's move on. Let's skip 3.4 for now and move on to 3.6.
Okay.
Because I want to take 3.4 at the end.
Okay.
Okay. Save the best for last. So 3.6 is the one on agricultural efficiency. And this measure previously focused on specific efficiency metrics. The 2015 round of agricultural water management plans have been submitted, and very few include those metrics. There is a push now to include those quantitative metrics through work being done on Executive Order B-37-16, which called for changes to urban and ag water management plans. However, at this time, there is not enough data to set specific targets or report on progress. 2015 was only the second round of submittals of SB X7 agricultural water management plans, and not all suppliers are regularly meeting planning deadlines. At this point, the target is to get these plans submitted on time and for them to include quantitative as opposed to only qualitative assessments of efficiency improvements. Commenters suggested more specific targets similar to those being included for urban suppliers. However, there is not sufficient data to set targets for ag water suppliers similar to the previous performance measures 3.1 and 3.2. So this is one that we have suggested we're going to move to administrative at this point.
And Terry, I might just point out that in 2015, a lot of agriculture would have irrigated 3 or 4 times in February and March. This year, nobody used any water.
Right.
And so that's why ag is a little bit harder to come up with usable metrics as opposed to an urban setting where there's a daily routine use of water for specific purposes.
Any other comments on 3.6?
If I can comment, and this is probably one item where I've got a lot of background on and don't want to dominate the discussion here, but the urban agencies definitely notice how low the bar is for agriculture. And having to do all the things that the agencies are doing in urban water management plans, then turning a plan in, there's kind of a unbalanced relationship there. And Terry will talk about the next metric and having to do with sigma, but I think we just need to be aware and recognize that, this is going to, this is an issue. And it's been an issue every time, the difference between what's required in an ag water management plan and what the urbans, or even ag in urban areas where I'm from. So, this is about all you can do right now.
Mhm.
But maybe when we talk about sigma, there may be some other things that we can talk about.
Okay. Yeah, it was, the Delta Reform Act required agriculture to apply best management practices for the same reason that it sort of is where we're at today.
Have I mentioned how difficult these are?
We're not the first to tackle this difficulty. It's been subject to legislation almost every year, it seems like.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anything else on 3.6?
Best practices for agriculture. When Solano County went from a lot of row crop to trees and the very specific drip irrigation, the result of that is groundwater recharge is not there anymore. So there's a fine balance between being very efficient and recharging your groundwater for urban uses and other areas of ag. So it's been quite interesting around the city of Dixon that has most of the trees. Their groundwater is stabilized, but it had been going up as a result of Monticello Dam being built. And so we're curious as time goes on with more orchards, how it's going to affect our groundwater recharge.
And I've heard that throughout the valley as well.
Yeah. Okay, anything else on 3.6? I think we're ready to move on.
All right. Let me write a little note here. So 3.8 is the groundwater performance measure. And rather than attempting to set our own groundwater targets, this performance measure will track implementation of SGMA. That's the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. And then track targets that will be set locally as groundwater sustainability plans are completed. SGMA is clearly the law of the land in regard to groundwater. Commenters suggested identifying specific metrics related to SGMA's required measurable objectives that the council will track. This performance measure has been modified to identify groundwater levels and groundwater storage as measurable objectives that will be tracked once groundwater sustainability plans are adopted.
So
We're on page 4.
Yeah. All right. I have a question for Ken. So what we crossed out was that the target was decreasing the rate of groundwater depletion in critically overdrafted basins. How does the new language improve on that?
Well, now that's a requirement of SGMA, but the local plans will set their own targets and objectives for how that occurs. The way my limited knowledge.
Yeah, we're just looking at SGMA.
Then we could sort of put that in the language, since that's our understanding of what the law requires.
We can do that.
Another good point.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So we can clarify.
This was a tough one. I mean, and I had some ideas just on what, how would we know that they're utilizing their groundwater basins? They're making progress towards it, which was the metric, and it's sort of this increase deliveries during wet years, and more groundwater pumping in dry years, which they'll do anyway, but at least you know if they're taking more water when it's available. And I don't know how these agencies operate. I mean, I was told that Kern took a lot more water this year and is recharging it. I mean, that's sort of an area I know I'm not familiar with on what their plans are. You know, are they taking more than they need in wet years and getting them in the groundwater basins? I think there's a lot of talk that I've heard about just natural recharge. And that's not going to do it. I mean, not when you have this much. But then the other answer, and it gets back to Sigma, is, well, Sigma's going to require detailed plans on this. So,
Right.
you know, if we're going to look for is, you know, little sip, big gulp working for in those groundwater basins that are critically overdrafted or overdrafted, you know, there should be metrics on deliveries of surface water, because it's not going to happen. I mean, that's what, you know, there's this linkage between recovering those groundwater basins and surface water and conjunctive use, and that seems to be a metric that we can look at, since you're not going to have these areas the agriculture areas do a lot of water recycling because they just don't generate the wastewater, or, you know, you generate some, but I don't know. I mean, so that's where I thought an expanded discussion, but right now, all of that is dependent on Sigma and these groundwater management plans. But as we look in the future, that's going to be the tell. You know, they're taking more water when it's available, which means they got to buy it. And that's where, you know, I don't have a feel for, is that a problem?
Well,
Sounds like for Kern, it's not.
I think the reason that it's referred to as 100% of actions is that there are some areas in the state that won't be able to balance their groundwater levels without fallowing ground. Fallowing ground is going to be one of the actions that ultimately they're going to have to face in some areas. I can't speak to Kern County, but I know that there are. So I think ultimately the goal here is to balance groundwater levels, you know, within a range, dry, wet years. But as you pointed out, if you don't have surface water to either buy or add to the mix, and you continue to be entirely dependent upon groundwater, the future doesn't look good in those areas for agriculture. Susan?
I'm uncomfortable judging whether or not a groundwater basin is being overdrafted on a groundwater sustainability plan. From what I've seen, I've been reviewing what are called alternative groundwater sustainability plans. And there's quite a mix of plans that the authors of the plans did their best to meet the categories of Sigma, and did a great job of documenting historical groundwater use and explaining their water budget and knowing their basins well. Other plans, other alternatives that tried to pass as a groundwater sustainability plan, in my opinion, did not tell me anything about whether or not that basin was managed sustainably. So for us to have some sort of indicator about whether or not a basin is being overdrafted, or whether groundwater levels are recovering, I really am uncomfortable basing it on 100% of actions required by Sigma. Sigma requires a number of items that offer better indicators. I don't know if this is a good time for staff to be delving into other possible indicators, but one of them Ken hit on was interconnected surface water. Another is the reliability of surface water supplies that some basins use. I mean, not all water agencies are completely dependent on their groundwater basin. So some, in fact, depend on state water project deliveries. So there's an interplay there that's hard to capture. You know, I agree that groundwater levels and groundwater storage are excellent indicators. I don't agree that 100% of actions required by SGMA is an indicator of whether or not a basin is being overdrafted. And I don't have a solution to offer.
That's what I was actually hoping you were going to come with a solution.
Just
Is this a good enough first step? I mean, how long will it take us to learn whether your fears are coming true?
Well, given that the plans are, so there's a long time horizon for these agencies to prove that they're using their groundwater sustainably. 20 years. In 20 years, a lot can happen, so I'm not sure how.
But there's 5-year increments where the state board can swoop in and take over. The first key is this June when the groundwater sustainability agencies are supposed to be formed. Then the next one is when the plans are supposed to be completed. That's not for another year and a half, I think. I'm curious about the plans that you've seen because I don't think they are due to be completed for another year and a half.
Oh, these were submitted as what are called alternative groundwater sustainability plans. So if you're an agency that feels that your existing plan meets SGMA, you were able to submit it to DWR early. And that's another reason I'm uncomfortable basing it on a SGMA plan, because the board has there are these backstops, but by the time we get to the backstop, a particular basin could be in real trouble.
Not this year.
Not this year, no.
We got a year.
My guess is that, and if Paul were here, he could speak to this, but one of the challenges with the original performance measure was trouble coming up with a quantitative target. I mean, the metrics in the baseline may have been helpful, but the quantitative target was a real challenge to support. And we liked the idea of making sure that people were following through with the targets that they set based on their region, but I certainly understand what you're getting at, Susan.
Yeah, I would suggest you noodle it and work with Terry and Paul, if you have some specific recommendations. Yeah, because there's nothing easy about any of these, either from trying to set the right target or to find the right info. Cliff?
Yeah, I just want to...
Cliff and then Terry.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to simply say that, yes, coming up with a quantitative metric that fits the issue of scale. So we have some metrics now that are available from satellite-based instrumentation that give us good information at a very, very large scale, like the Central Valley. So the gravimetric methodology goes back to about 2000 and maybe 3-ish or something like that. That's one tool at a very large scale, but it doesn't get to the kind of scale that SGMA gets to. And then the USGS has these networks out in different places where they have elevation information, and they've issued some recent reports. But again, it's this issue of what is quantitative, what kind of scale do we want to make measurements on, and then how do we link it to SGMA. And so I just want to reiterate, they've been working hard on this, but it is not an easy question to define.
This is tough stuff. But I guess I keep going back to, we're trying to measure a reduced reliance on the delta. And the way that these areas have reduced their reliance in dry years for the most part, but maybe it's cheaper, is they just pump the heck out of those groundwater basins, and they've done a great job in freeing up all the storage space. So how, that's not sustainable
So the correlation to the urban agencies who are showing, hey, we've got all this other supplies that we've developed and we can be reliable in a dry year. We don't like the way these areas are being reliable, and they're not in those dry years. So the measure is, how do you recharge? And what I would think is the easy information to get is, are they taking these extra deliveries when water's available over what they're consuming? And that's an indicator that, okay, well, they're doing something with that water, and most likely it's going into a groundwater bank or their recharge system or whatever. Unless I'm wrong on that, I got to think DWR and CVP keep records of deliveries, and it's just it's a way to, it's probably imperfect, but it's a way to at least imply that they're doing something, because we know they're going to pump groundwater if they can't get surface water in a dry year. So we know they're doing something. So that's an indicator that some contractor is taking action. So that's the only reason why I think that, may be worth looking at.
There's a third variable, and that's fallowed ground.
No, I understand that. But I'll be honest. What I'm concerned about is that we're saying that's really the only option agriculture has. And so I've not heard, and part of the problem is I don't think we're hearing from that segment of our stakeholders, but I am concerned that that's, I don't know that that's the policy, official policy, that your only way that you're going to reduce reliance. It may be the only way, but this connection with Sigma means that you've got to have, if you're going to recover those basins, you have to have some source of recharge water.
Yeah, every area is different, and that's why I think Sigma, referencing Sigma is a good idea, because it treats region by region for their uniqueness. And if there is a creative solution, it's going to come from the locals, but it's going to take some time. And I think, as I said before, unfortunately, in some areas where they lack a surface water supply and have the inability to import purchased water, the options are pretty limited.
So how do we measure, if that's their option, then how do we measure their reduced reliance?
Well, in this case, we're talking about managing groundwater.
Right, but I'm just kind of saying, is that a performance measure that's part of reduced reliance? Because I don't think numerical comparisons, are going to help there. Just because they'll take whatever they get.
Yeah, it's more work to do.
Well, so just let me offer, because this is challenging, is that originally this was an outcome measure or an output. I actually don't remember. But we changed it to an administrative measure because we didn't have the data. And we felt that relying on Sigma, which is the law of the land, is the best we could do at this point. I don't know that that precludes us down the line to then converting this back away from a administrative measure when we have more quantifiable data.
Or adding an outcome measure.
Yes. And that's one option. But Susan, I look forward to working with you and Paul if you can help come up with something that you can live with a little better. All right. Moving right along. Let's
3.9.
3.4 and 3.9. We don't want to forget that one. So 3.4 and 3.9, and we're going to talk about them together. We received a lot of comments on them together. So 3.4, which is the reduced reliance, and 3.9 we call delta exports. 3.4 has been heavily modified in response to feedback from the council and the public. While the Delta Plan calls for reduced reliance on the Delta, reduced reliance is not a desired outcome in and of itself. The Delta Plan calls for reduced reliance in order to achieve the co-equal goals of water supply reliability and ecosystem restoration. 3.4 has been shifted to focus on the overall desired outcome of water supply reliability by looking at supply reliability projections of individual water suppliers. This moves away from measuring by hydrologic region, and we got a lot of comments on that, and which commenters pointed out may not reflect how water suppliers operate and are interconnected. The current wording for 3.4 provides more flexibility for importers of Delta water while still requiring them to plan around decreases in the availability of Delta water in dry years. And for the purposes of ecosystem restoration, a higher scale measurement of reduced reliance is necessary. Performance measure 3.9 is an attempt to address this at a high scale aspect of reduced reliance, as well as improvements in conveyance, storage, and operations, and looks at total south of Delta exports in wet years and dry years. Total exports may be more important to ecosystem health than how much water goes to each hydrologic region. 3.9 was designed to reflect specific language in the Delta Plan's definition of a reliable water supply, which calls for exports to more closely match water available to be exported based on water year type. However, commenters have pointed out that while the targets of 3.9 may promote utilization of south of Delta storage, they would be at odds with increased storage north of Delta, which could increase exports during dry years. Some commenters have suggested altering 3.9 to be based on real-time operations. Other commenters have pointed out that 3.9 may conflict with flow targets currently being developed through the state board's Delta Water Quality Plan, which is being designed to protect all beneficial uses of Delta water. So 3.9 still requires further development. So these ones were the toughest. I think we've landed in a really good place with 3.4. It is responsive to the flexibility or some of the commenters asked for a menu of options, and this kind of reflects that. And it seems to be 3.4 seems to be in a pretty good place. 3.9 is still a challenge, and commenters have pointed out just a lot of conflicts. So I look forward to your input.
Okay. Comments? Susan.
Question on 3.4, the baseline is deleted, or is the baseline
It's on the
percent
next.
of
Percent
water?
and
Oh,
percent.
okay, now I
Yeah.
gotcha.
Wait, where is it?
And then a question on 3.9, the targets. Total exports during critically dry years are below median historical deliveries for critically dry years. Total exports during wet years are above the median historical deliveries. And I'm curious why we didn't just say in each case meet the median.
I'm not clear on your question.
Well, so total exports during critically dry years are below median historical deliveries for critically dry years, leaves me wondering how far below. It's a target. So I don't know how far below you want me to be or how far above you want me to be.
Yeah.
So I thought maybe the word meet would be useful since it's a target. Maybe I'm not
I'm not
understanding.
entirely sure. Paul or Ken may actually be able to answer this more clearly, but we really struggled with this. And so what we were trying to get to is in those critically dry years, we're going to be taking less out of the Delta.
Or below, at or below.
And that's a
So it's-
matter of science that suggests that historically, that's been part of the problem, is utilizing the delta as a dry year water supply source. And then the big gulp little sip approach would suggest that you're gonna reduce the take in critically dry years, but you also need to open up the opportunity to potentially take water above and beyond the needs of a healthy delta during wet periods. Not necessarily wet years, but wet periods.
Or periods where you avoid conflict. I mean, and this is one of the areas I struggled with this is, gee, how do you set a numeric target when everything is based on, and maybe you talked about this, adaptive management, so that you're trying to eliminate these conflicts so that maybe there's more water available, whether it's from, storage north of the delta, or the system is functioning in a way where you don't have as severe conflict. But it's going to be the flow criteria that's going to guide that. You're going to get what you get, and what we're trying to do is not make that as big a conflict. So that's where it's like, gee, does those past medians or whatever, does that have any meaning in what we're trying to accomplish? And that's kind of, how I looked at it is, we're not necessarily just volumetrically reducing, we're trying to eliminate conflicts. And how do you measure that? And right now, the only way we can do it is they're taking more when it's available.
After reviewing these, I felt like 3.4 was good, and some of the comments we've received have suggested that this has been responsive to the concerns that were expressed. 3.9, it was just, gosh, it's good enough. It's something, and hopefully it'll drive some conversation, and between now and May, maybe somebody will come up with a better idea. But you've all described why this is so difficult.
We can ask Cliff to, how does adaptive management, how does these historic medians tell us anything in sort of a adaptive management world?
So I worked a bit with Paul and with Hwasong and some of the others to try to at least look at our historical database, so we had something to base it on, and so we looked at the period of time when both CVP and SWP were operational. And there's quite a bit of variability about how much water is taken out of the delta in all year types, regardless of your year type. So we thought medians were a little bit better to work with than means, because means were linked to the fact you might have a really wet year where they didn't take much, and you might have a really dry year where they took a lot, and so that's why the use of the median. But then you will have all of these operational criteria that you're talking about, storage, and maybe storage in a wet year that allows you to have more flexibility, not that year, but the following year, and to try to tease out all those various variables to come up with an adaptive management strategy we are not there yet. It's just not an easy thing in a system that is operated with so many different levers and so much complexity in terms of delivering. The idea, I guess, goes back to that concept that's been talked about now since I first was here, and that's this idea that we have these years, like this year, where we have a lot of water. We have the opportunity to potentially use that water, for example, to recharge groundwater systems that need the recharging. We don't have the infrastructure to make that happen to the degree that we would like, but aspirationally, we'd like to see that happen. We think that's less destructive to the environment. So can we basically come up with something that at least encourages that to occur? Similarly, there's been some years where it looks like over-extraction in some dry or critically dry years are things we don't want to have happen again in the future. And so we're trying to work both ends of that spectrum. And that was what the initial language was trying to do, and it was trying to compare to about, I forget the baseline years, but 40-ish years of data where you could look at how much variability there was in each of those 5-year water types that DWR reports out. And yes, we are not there, and it's a challenging and difficult problem, and many of the comment letters pointed that out.
All right, unless somebody has a great idea, we'll just keep keep working on this.
Mr. Chair, I have a
Yes.
quick question on, under target, degrease in delta X-force during critically dry years. Some of my staff are concerned with that verbiage. And instead of saying critical years or dry years, we refer to them as critically dry years. Is there a significance there that we
I
ought
believe
to?
that is one of the water.
That's one of the
One of the
five
five water,
characteristics
yeah.
that DWR uses to
Wa-
describe
water
the
year type.
Critically
It's-
dry.
That would not be this year.
No, it would not.
So we still realize this one
Yeah.
could use some work. We'd like to offer. Paul is available to talk to you one-on-one. I'm going to be out on vacation, but Paul is available to talk to you
I
one-on-one.
found that the letter that we got from the state board was interesting. I want to study that a little bit more, and if it's all right, I'll visit with Paul and see if maybe after having studied that a little better, if there might be some suggestions from the state board that we could apply to this one.
Yeah. Okay. So.
All right.
All right. Well, I
Art?
want to thank you for your input. This was a really helpful discussion. I do like that you said maybe these are good enough. So we'll see.
That's a science term. Dr. John Weens coined that, yes.
Okay. Anyway, we've taken some really good notes. I'm sure Paul will watch the tape so he can absorb all of this. And we want to get to a point where these are complete for CEQA review by next month. And then just briefly, run through the next steps in our refinement process. So staff will continue to refine the remaining performance measures, including these, incorporating suggestions from external subject matter, from the external subject matter review and the public comments. And we will present the draft CEQA project description, which will include the entire suite of performance measures to the council in May 2017. That's next month. And then at that meeting, we will be requesting that you approve the project description for the proposed amendment in order for staff to proceed with environmental review. So that's kind of where we're at this point, and that's what I have.
All right. Great. Terry,
And I
Megan,
do
thank
hope
you.
that this was helpful and informative, and once again invite you to work with us.
It was very good. We have one more thing. Do we have requests for public comment? Kathy Kortner? Mojave Water Agency.
Yeah, thank you. And I think last meeting Kirby Brill, our general manager, was able to be here and address you. He couldn't be here today, so I am showing up. And, what I wanted to say was that, we've had an opportunity to talk to different staff. I know Randy and Jessica, we had an opportunity to meet with you. And one of the things you challenged us with was, well, what's your solution? And that's when we started realizing just how hard it was to come up with some of these. And we've had a chance on Tuesday to meet with staff again on some of these other performance measures. And while we feel like all of these are on the right path, especially 3.4 was the one that gave us the biggest angst, we really appreciate the modifications that have been made and fully support 3.4 and appreciate everything that staff has put into that. On the performance measure that, you brought up was the 3.9 of the, less than 3.5, greater than 4.9 in dry years. And overall, we support the objective that we're trying to, the big gulp, little sip. Now, how do you kind of encourage that and make that happen? And we're still kind of puzzled on what is that metrics, and we want to continue to think about that and provide some more input to staff. One of the concerns, though, is the measurement that is done at the pumping plants for Banks and the Jones. And part of the challenge there is how do you separate the water types from exports from the Delta versus additional water from additional storage like sites or water transfers? And how do you account for all of that in that mix if you're just measuring at the plants? So that's one of the challenges we want to continue to think through and go through. So, and one last comment on 3.5. I thought that was a good discussion on the whole Sigma, because that's kind of a new territory that everyone's getting into. And we do have quite a few adjudicated basins in Southern California that have worked through some of these issues, and that might be an opportunity to maybe visit some of those basins that have gone through this to see how they kind of manage that, how that might inform.
Great, good suggestion. All right, thank you. Next up, Jennifer Pierre. Is this your first time before us?
It is, yes.
Welcome.
Thank you. Actually, that's why I'm here. I wanted to come and introduce myself. I'm the new general manager at the State Water Contractors. And yesterday we did submit to you a letter, and with the intent of trying to help establish our perspective around the plan. I think you've been hearing from some of our member agencies and on various specific topics. You should expect to continue to hear from us as you move through the process more specifically, but the letter we sent yesterday that I wanted to point out to you was meant to kind of give a broader perspective, and I just wanted to quickly review that for you since I know you probably receive a lot of letters. First, I think most importantly, we do support what you're doing here with the Delta Plan and what its general intentions are. We support the co-equal goals, and we do want to work with you to figure out how to make this make sense for the Delta and for our water users. I think it's going to be really important in the plan that it's acknowledged that the status quo, it doesn't work, and that something has to be done, and I think that it's from that basis that we need to make decisions and move forward and find those solutions. So I think in terms of writing the plan, that's not a performance measure necessarily, but just a strong acknowledgement around that topic and the purpose for the Reform Act in general. Not specific to any performance measures, we will be submitting a specific comment letter on what you've looked at today. But I think just, in terms of a broader notion, there have been reductions on exports for the last several decades, and we're not seeing an improvement in the ecosystem. And so I just think that's an important thing to remember. There's a number of stressors, and we have been committed and are going to continually engage on investments and understanding the system better, what those stressors look like, how that interacts with flow. And I just think that's an important thing for us all to be thinking about. It does make things more complicated to have to think about these various things and how they interact. But I think it's necessary if we really want to meet the objectives of improving and then restoring the ecosystem. I know I'm not going to speak specifically on what you're going to be meeting on tomorrow, except to say that the letter does point out that there's been a large body of evidence and a number of different parties that have looked at dual conveyance and isolated conveyance, in fact. And so our letter does outline some of those reports and their conclusions for your consideration. Lastly, I think it's important to note, and I think that kind of picked up by the changes that were made to 3.4, but in order to do the local investment projects that I think we're going to need to do in order to address the reduced reliance component of this, there has to be a base water supply. You have to start with something, and I think you were having that conversation earlier about groundwater and recharge and how you measure that. So I think that's just a broader thing. It's not a comment on any particular language we're seeing, but just acknowledging that there has to be some sort of water to start with for recycling or recharge or other investments that I think our member agencies are very much willing to invest in, have been investing in, and will continue to invest in. So I just think it's kind of an important piece to keep in mind as we move forward. And then lastly, and related specifically to the reduced reliance you're reviewing today, we need to make sure that whatever comes out of that, so, I think for 3.4, Mojave has mentioned that they're happy with that, but I think there may be some more work to do. And I think what we need to think about is how the reduced reliance performance measures may interact with other components of the plan. And we don't want to be disincentivizing investments in storage, transfers, conveyance, other means of essentially creating or getting at the big gulp, little sip. And so just as we're crafting this language, we should be thinking about how might that incentivize or disincentivize various investments that we actually want to be making and that we want the plan to be promoting. So I believe you've all received my letter, and if you haven't, please let me know. But again, I'm Jennifer Pierre, and I'm happy to meet with you and look forward to working with you.
Great. Thank you, Jennifer. Next up, Dan Flory, Antelope Valley, East Kern.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, welcome.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, hi, members of the council. I really appreciate this opportunity to comment on the Delta Plan, the refinements, the performance measures, especially 3.4 and 3.9. My name's Dan Flory. I represent Antelope Valley East Kern Water Agency. And AVEC is a state water project contractor, actually the third largest as far as Table A. We serve the Antelope Valley, about 500,000 people, City of Lancaster, City of Palmdale, Edwards Air Force Base. As desert dwellers, we recognize that the value of water and how expensive it is. We're kind of at the top of the system, so it's a real expensive commodity for us. And the Antelope Valley is actually a closed basin, and it's an adjudicated groundwater basin. So we've kind of got Sigma on a turbo. You know, we've really had to manage, come to Jesus, and really come to grips with what supplies we have and come up with a sustainable plan. We're aggressive about water management. We've invested in, the City of Lancaster has invested, AVEC has invested over the last 6-8 years. We have a budget of about $40 million a year, and we've spent $80 million in the last 6 or 8 years in groundwater recharge and extraction capability. So we've really been aggressive about trying to manage our water supply and increase the reliability to our customers. So we are supportive of the Delta, the council's objectives, and we appreciate the effort you're making. I think your staff is on the right track. One size does not fit all, as we've talked about. We've really tried to be the model student and try to make our programs fit the plan. So I think that's all I'd like to comment on, and thank you very much.
Dan, thank you very much. Does that conclude the requests for public comment? Council members, any reaction or further comments on this matter? I think we're finished.
Okay. Thank you very much.
So that completes file item number 9. Next up is file item number 10, Water Year Outlook. I see John Lehigh in the audience who's been waiting patiently.
This is an item that is a recurring item annually on our council agenda and is really intended to provide the opportunity for the council to hear from the people who are closest to some of these big picture management implications of how much water California gets in a year. And then similarly, we come back to you in the fall and talk about what happens if too much water comes in a year, and we talk about flood prep, flood management, and what both locals and the state are doing. So we appreciate John's attendance. We're sorry that we lost our 2 other panel members to illnesses, but I'm sure that we'll still learn a lot from you, John. Thank you for coming. Turn it over to Dan.
Thank you. Members of the council, my name is Dan Constable. I've spoken before you before. As Jessica mentioned, unfortunately, we had 2 panel members not be able to be here. One went to the hospital, and the other was sick at the last minute. So apologies for that. They did provide their presentations. If you're interested, and Carl Wilcox from the Department of Fish and Wildlife presented some talking notes if you're interested in any of those. But I figured we'd take advantage of Mr. Lehigh being here, and I think he's going to have some very interesting things to say, both about state water project, the water year allocations, and then some of the recent events at Oroville, which I think will be an interesting item to hear about. Today, we're going to speak a little bit, mainly focused on the water year allocation, as I mentioned, but just as a little bit of background, you've had panel members come before to discuss water year several times, starting in 2013. I'm not going to read through the staff report here, but there's a summary there. And one thing that jumps out is that all of the other years are talking about drought. In 2013, there was a discussion of what would happen if it's dry again. You all know how that turned out. it was dry, how's it planning, talking about the ongoing events, talking about the passage of Sigma, and then we come to this water year, and obviously it's very different. As you saw this morning, by the numbers, we're in a very different type of water year. It's not so different, I guess, in the long term, but this stands out from the past quite a bit. We're breaking records. I had the opportunity to speak with Dr. Jeffrey Mount a little before this, and one of his takeaways was, yes, it's very wet, but kind of similar to paraphrasing, maybe it's a mix of Jay Lund and Dr. Mount. California is a dry place that's sometimes wet. This is one of those wet years, and so we're going to hear a little bit more about that. Mr. Lehi heads up the State Water Project, and he's going to tell us about what's going on this year and everything related to, well, partially related to Oroville. You should have a hard copy of his presentation handed out to you. If you do not, please let me know.
Got it.
Yep, I think everyone's got it. And if we can get his presentation, it's Lehi letter A up on the screens. That would be great.
Thank you, Dan. John, welcome back.
Yes, thank you. Thanks, Dan, for that introduction. Good afternoon, council members. Hope it's not too much of a letdown for you, just 1 out of 3 panel members today. And I hope nothing too serious for the other 2 panel members here. So yes, thanks for the invitation once again. Look forward to the opportunity to give you an update on the hydrology as well as the effects of that on the State Water Project operations. So let's see if I can get, I'm pointing the wrong. There we go. All right. So following the 5 years of drought, I think we were all very motivated to do our rain dance. And I think unfortunately maybe we did a little too well collectively. Of course, extreme conditions this year. We did have the very unfortunate incident with the spillways at Lake Oroville. The evacuations, all the work that hundreds, if not thousands of folks have been putting in over the last few months in order to respond to this incident and work towards the recovery. Certainly, this is having significant impact on the State Water Project operations as well. Dam safety is absolutely our #1 priority right now. So make that entirely clear. And so that is having an impact on the operations. I'll get into that a little bit later exactly how. But the fact that we have all these other sources of water in the system, it's not having a big impact on as far as water supply conditions for the project. Just how wet has it been? So the lake holds 3.5 million acre feet. By the end of this year, we're going to have put down 4.5 to 5 million acre feet down the crippled spillway this year. That's over 2.5 times the previous annual flow that we've ever put down the spillway. So we're just talking enormous numbers in terms of the amount of inflow volume that we've had to manage through this year. A few more numbers. So for the Sacramento Valley, most of this was in a very confined period, January and February. We saw precipitation totals 46 inches. The previous record was 40 inches. The annual average precipitation is 50 inches. So almost saw an entire annual average rainfall in just those 2 months. So it was reflected in the inflow. Very warm as compared to a normal year. So that's one of the reasons for the big inflow numbers. We do have a sizable snowpack, but much of this precip fell as rain and was having to be managed through the reservoirs as we went through the winter. So February was, over 5 times average February. The January-February inflow total was, again, equaled our average annual inflow into Oroville. The previous high you can see there was a 3.48, and that was back in 1909. We also have got some more recent years, so it was much wetter than even the 86 and 97 El Nino years. In just a 6-week period, from mid-January through February, we passed the equivalent of the entire volume of the lake as outflow through the lake. So this is just to give you a feel for some of those extreme numbers that we've had to manage this year. So as of, here's the Northern Sierra Precip 8 station, which shows up on your by the numbers. So as of, I think, a little over a week ago, we did surpass 1983 as officially the wettest year on record, and we're still not done, although we're most of the way through the wet season. We're now at 92.4 inches, so that's a little over 200% of average to date. Now that for the San Joaquin 5-station index, not quite as wet, but still it's on pace to be the wettest on record for the San Joaquin Basin as well. It's also running about 200% of average to date. The Tulare Basin, there's a 6-station index for that, so the further south you go, it's still very wet year, but not quite on pace with that wettest year, water year 69. So the snowpack, here's one of the big differences between this year and, say, 83, the old record in terms of precip. Although we're seeing 200% of normal precip in the Northern Sierra, we're not seeing anywhere near that in terms of the snowpack accumulation. So snowpack's been, as you can see there, between 150 and 160% of normal to date. Still very healthy snowpack, on par with some of the wetter years. You could see 2011, 2006, 1998. So similar snowpacks as those years in the north, a little better than those in kind of the central Sierra, and about the same in the southern Sierra, but nothing near the monster snowpack we saw in 83. Another way to look at the hydrology is the actual runoff. This is from the bulletin, the department's Bulletin 120, based on the snow surveys on April 1st. And again, that reflects the forecasted water year inflow is similar to the precip. So about 200% of normal is expected. But there's still quite a range of uncertainty in that. You can see between the 99% exceedance and the 10% exceedance, there's still of uncertainty on the order of close to 6 million acre feet difference between those two. So even though we're this far into the water year, there's still a substantial amount of uncertainty as far as what we'll actually receive as far as inflows. This is just comparisons from this year's runoff to last year's, this year to date. So here you can see again that reflects the fact that the precip has come more in form of rain rather than snow, because we're, as far as to date as of April 1st, we were running at 250% of average in terms of runoff as opposed to 200% of precip. And that, again, that reflects the difference in not being accumulated in snowpack versus direct runoff. You can see the last year's numbers, we were well twice what the volume of runoff was from last year. And then you can see the comparison to some of the drier years there at 77 and whatnot. So here's the reservoir conditions. Essentially, every reservoir has been at flood control operations, so they've just been managing to that requirement of providing a certain amount of vacant space to capture the very short duration big storms that could come in. The latest to join the party, so to speak, would be New Melones, which just recently on the Stanislaus went into flood control operations. But all the other reservoirs have been there for some time now. And the San Joaquin Basin TRIB operators, their challenge is not over this year. They've still have to manage this snow melt that's going to be occurring here later in the spring, and so that's always a challenging operation for those folks with snowpacks of this size. So there's still ongoing flooding concerns as it relates to managing the snowpack on the San Joaquin system. Sacramento system snow melt is not really a threat to the Sacramento system, but the San Joaquin, in terms of conveyance volumes and the size of the snowpack relative to the reservoirs, is a bigger issue in the San Joaquin. Here's just singling out Lake Oroville in terms of tracking the storage levels through the season this year. The dark solid blue line there is this year's storage. We have a comparison there with one of the dry years and then one of the recent wet years. So 2011 is the red line there, and the light blue line is 2015 water year, the year with no snowpack. But you can see, as far as tracking through this year, of course, right about February 7th there. So timing is really bad when you have an issue with your primary flood control spillway just prior to the largest runoff event since 1997, New Year's Day event, and that's essentially what happened. The rupture in the spillway occurred just 3 days before we hit the peak of that storm, and so you see the rapid increase in the storage level, and of course on February 12th there was a period of a little over a day and a half where water was going over the emergency spillway, and that's reflected in this graph. We were able to get flows up again on the gated spillway, the damaged gated spillway, sufficient enough to bring that storage down, and as you can see, it was brought down quite rapidly at 100,000 CFS for 5 or 6 days, which was also a new record in terms of the amount of flow that we, even in a short duration, that we had on the spillway. But we got down to safe levels there into the spring, and we've been kind of operating up and down, kind of babying, limping through with this with the spillway. So that's where we're at now. Right now, we're looking at the opportunity to close those gates for the final time this season. They're currently operating the spillway right now. We're scheduled to shut that down next week. We're looking for the opportunity to close that spillway for the final time this spring in order to get in there in earnest and get that recovery construction going. So we're well prepared going into next winter, when really the next concern would be. So the way we're going to, typically in a year like this, in a wetter year, we would be following closer to that red trace, which was 2011. So typically in a wetter year with a big snowpack, we would continue to, we would start storing water as part of our flood control diagram, relaxes as we get into, in recognition of the fact that the risk goes away. We don't get big storms in the summer, of course, in California, so it allows for storage up to the top of the dam. We will not be operating that way this year. We will be drawing the reservoir down starting in the spring and end up much closer to kind of a drought year end of storage in November, so much closer to that blue line. So that will be the big change in the operations this year. And that'll allow for as large, extend that construction window as long as possible in order to get there and get the fixes done for that spillway. Here's San Luis Reservoir. Tracking that, this has become a little bit more of a rare event in terms of our ability to fill collectively both the Central Valley Project and the State Water Project to fill San Luis Reservoir. We were able to do that fairly early on. State share was actually in February. Federal share filled then a little bit later in March. We did have another issue with our Clifton Court intake facility shortly after the issue at Oroville. We've been had repairs go with that concrete apron intake into Clifton Court. That repair has been completed, and we're about ready to. We've been operating now for about 10 days on a limited basis, but we'll now start be able to bring in additional supplies. So you see that little bit of drawdown in San Luis Reservoir. That reflects that limitation on our Clifton Court intake. But we do anticipate we're going to be able to fill that back up with the high flows that will continue here in the late spring. The good news to all of this is there really wasn't an impact to our customers' ability to take water during this period. We were still able to, we drew down San Luis a bit, knowing that we'll be able to fill it back later in the spring. So they were able to continue with their groundwater recharge programs here in the spring, and also refilling some of the surface storage in their service areas. So this is just, again, kind of overview of how things have changed so significantly since this is the drought monitor. I see you have a handout. You had a handout, I think it was from exactly a year ago in April. But this was the picture just a couple months earlier, last spring, February 16th, and you can see, all of the state essentially was in some type of drought condition, and a big part of it, most of that, in the worst category, the exceptional drought. And of course, that has turned around completely. In terms of the metrics on the drought monitor, we're now down to some of the Santa Barbara Central Coast area still considered in some sort of drought, but for the most part, much of the state is completely out of the categories. I think that. Okay, so part of that here's a good graphic in terms of the accumulation of the precipitation over time. This is from essentially the start of the worst year of the drought, which was 2013, which calendar year 2013 was the driest in the entire record for precipitation. And so that's when you started to see this deficit. So what's shown here is kind of the average expected precipitation gains is kind of that shaded pink area in the background. The darker pink is the actual accumulated accumulated precipitation for each of these years. So this is starting October, beginning of water year 2013. And the blue is just the instantaneous. And I'm sorry, this is runoff, instantaneous runoff. So you can see how that deficit is being created between where the expectation is on average, where we would expect to be in terms of runoff, and where the actual runoff has been through the years of the drought. And this is for the Sacramento Basin. And at its worst point, right at the beginning of, in water year, towards the end of water year 2015, there was about a year and a half's worth of runoff volume deficit that was created up to that point. So that was kind of the peak of the drought. We did see, at least kind of an average runoff last year. And then, of course, this year, there's been some really big makeup in terms of the that 200%, 250% of runoff this year. And you can see we're really closing the gap. Essentially, in terms of runoff for the 5-year period, we're getting right about back to average trace there. Perhaps we'll come up that the colorful ending there is just that uncertainty, that 6 million acre feet of uncertainty that I was talking about. So on the low end, we still might end up about the same kind of deficit we had after the first year of the drought, but certainly we've closed that gap significantly. The San Joaquin Basin, same story. They had accumulated a much bigger deficit at one point. It's probably closer to 2 years worth of runoff deficit from kind of the average trace line there at one point, again in 2005. But now haven't completely closed the gap, but they're at least positioned themselves to where they were after 1 year of drought. So of course this doesn't tell the whole picture, and the previous came in on the previous agenda item, and of course the topic of groundwater sustainability. Certainly, so this was in. I noticed you had that as one of your handouts as well. But the drawdown of groundwater levels, certainly that's something that cannot be recuperated in just a year of a good year because of the capacities involved in recharge of the groundwater system. So this is something that it takes years and of reliable wet year pattern. Now we have seen pretty severe drought conditions. So this is the State Water Project allocation by year type. So there was some talk about the 5 different official year types. So the wet, above normal, below normal, dry, and the critically dry. So those are color-coded on here. And also on here is the corresponding State Water Project allocations with each of those years going back to 1999. And you can see that, at least in the recent decade, there's been a higher proportion of drier years, with the exceptions, including this year. But this has resulted in, they've been so dry and so warm that we've had the lowest 3 and 4 year cumulative totals in terms of runoff for the entire history that's kept. So it's been a combination of both of those, the warmth and the dryness, that created those severely dry conditions through the last drought. Also, as a result of that, we experienced the lowest allocations for both projects in recent times. So that 20% in 2015 and the 5% in 2014, certainly those were the lowest for M&I users for the State Water Project. We did have 1 year back in the 80s, 90s drought where there was 0 for ag. But certainly for M&I and total, these were 2 of the lowest for State Water Project history. As well on the Central Valley Project side, they had a 5% allocation last year. The previous 2 years to that were 0 for their south of Delta agricultural users. So those are by far the lowest allocations that they've seen. So, as the discussion was earlier, of course, without the surface supplies from the projects, our customers certainly were relying more heavily on the groundwater. And so this is the first year since 2011, the last wet year, where we've seen that turn around. And now there's actively, through the spring, so Kern is a big example. They've been doing a lot of groundwater recharge this year. Some of that's just direct recharge. Some of that perhaps we'll see some in lieu of operation for groundwater recharge this summer with the 85% allocation. So in fact, we may have an opportunity to increase that allocation further as we reassess things in next month based on the May 1st, because we did actually see a very wet April. April was 2.5 times normal. So we haven't completely factored in those conditions into our final allocation yet. So it's possible that we could get even higher than the 85% this year. But that has been, like I said, that's been very beneficial in terms of some of the recoveries in our customer service areas, and that includes both groundwater and surface water. So Metropolitan had brought down all of their surface storages quite low as a result of the, especially the 2014, 2015. I think they were able to make some headway last year with the 60% allocation, but they're really improving their conditions as far as surface water recharge. Diamond Valley, for example, this year with the 85% and additional supplies available from the State Water Project this spring. So I think that's all I had. So sort of a mixed bag. Got to take the bad with the good, I guess, with extreme event this year.
Well, John, thank you very much for updating us, particularly on Oroville. We've all read and watched a lot. It's interesting to hear the description of the water management that was behind the headlines.
Yeah.
Questions of John? Yes, Cliff.
I have a couple questions. One has to do with the groundwater recharge that's going on in places like Kern. How much of this is just groundwater, surface water exchange versus active injection? Do you know, are they actively injecting into the aquifer?
They are definitely actively injecting. They're spreading. They're taking water through the Cross Valley Canal and perhaps the Kern River intertie. So they're taking some water, doing direct recharge, and do anticipate there would be some in lieu of recharge as well. Surface water placed in lieu of pumping groundwater. I don't have specific numbers though in terms of the breakdown of that.
Thanks. And then the second question, just more of a curiosity as a scientist looking at this amazing picture that you showed us on page 3 of Oroville, the spillway.
Oh, yes.
I am struck by all of the iron oxyhydroxide precipitate that is in that water at the base of the spillway. Do you know anything about that and why there is so much of this flocculent material in the waters?
No, I don't. We'd have to consult some of our more geotech, I think, experts on that. I couldn't say.
It's striking, and it looks like Yellowstone National Park or something like that.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Ken?
Thanks for coming here, John. That was a great presentation. I'm just going to some quick questions and just following up on Cliff's question. But first, we were talking about performance measures are hard, but operating a massive water system is really hard. Especially, I'm sure you guys are glad the drought's over because you have to be very creative. But even when you have supply, you have something like Oroville happen. So
be careful what you ask for. Yes,
Yep.
That was the lesson learned.
But you've done a great job through all this. When we were talking about groundwater recharge, I think you said when you came in, and one of the questions I had is, and you seem to have a lot of good knowledge about Kern, do you track deliveries to storage as a separate kind of metric so that you have an idea of what they're using for consumptive purposes and what they may be using to put in storage, or is that something they just, if they want to, they let you know?
Yeah, it's certainly not a requirement that we know what all the uses are for for our customers, but certainly it's helpful just in coordinating the planning efforts and the operations between us and our member agencies to have an understanding of the timing of deliveries and how that fits with their own internal scheduling. And so certainly, when supplies are going to storage versus direct delivery is part of that conversation. So it's more of a general, understanding.
There's been some opinions expressed that, gee, look at this year, nobody wants any more water, all the storage is full. And I think, Cliff, you kind of alluded to this lack of infrastructure. And I think there's an assumption that, gee, if we have all this water available, it doesn't matter, it should just be outflow because nobody can use it. I mean, I don't have a feel for what the lack of infrastructure, in these Central Valley groundwater basins are, but I mean, is that sort of really what's driving the fact that, there's a limit to deliveries because there's not that infrastructure to store it?
Well, yeah, so certainly we're in a place, and one of the terms we use is foregone pumping. So foregone pumping essentially is supply that would be available to the projects. We're meeting all of the other requirements, regulatory requirements, and then there's a certain amount of supply available. So this year, we've been in a foregone pumping where there's been more supply than we can take advantage of for probably the last couple months, and that's just a squeeze on the infrastructure. There's just we filled San Luis Reservoir. We making water available. In fact, we made offer of Article 21, which is above and beyond the Table A. And so folks are taking advantage of that. It's just that there's even more supply than they're able to take advantage of. So that would, if there was some other means. Now, I think sort of one of the other issues is for the Kern, for example, we're not the only source of water for Kern, and with the large snowpack down in the southern Sierra, certainly those operators are trying to manage on the Kern River. They're looking for places to put water just to help them manage their own system for flood control purposes. And so there's just been an abundance of water. It's just at a point where you can only recharge so fast into the groundwater table. And and we've filled up all the surface storage, or we've maximized the conveyance to fill up all the surface storage south of Delta. And so that's just resulted in water that's available to the projects, but we just can't utilize it real time.
Would you say the infrastructure to move more water and I don't know, the presence of recharge basins throughout the valley, I mean, that's not kind of solidified, is it? I mean, there's the infrastructure within the valley, not only to move it from the projects, but to get it into a groundwater basin to extract it. I mean, that's, Kern may have that, but it's not widespread. I guess that's the opportunities to have better conjunctive use between the projects and these overdrafted basins.
Yeah, I mean, well, certainly there's been big investments and big improvements in that capability. So, Kearns is one example that came in on for the spreading basins. They've greatly expanded their capabilities and their capacities to take water off the California Aqueduct in the last 15 years. So there's been a huge increase in that capacity. Metropolitan has made some big investments in terms of their inland feeder to feed into Diamond Valley, which was a big capacity increase, which again greatly increases the opportunities to capture this water. But it's there's still more investment that could be made. I think the only issue is these opportunities are few and far between. We don't know to what extent what we've experienced over the last 5 years, 5, 10 years? Is this a longer-term trend, or is this just a statistical glitch in terms of the represented number of dry years? It's been on the high side. I think it's way too early to tell whether this is a long-term trend or if this is, just a string of bad luck in terms of supply available. But that would certainly weigh into any investment decisions on continuing forward on that.
And
those capabilities.
encouraging those types of investments.
Right.
Kind of where I'm coming from.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Anything else? Well, John, thanks. Appreciate it.
You bet.
And that concludes this item. Next up is public comment. Does anybody wish to comment on anything? Seeing none, meeting adjourned. To be back here at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.